Good morning and welcome to an Eyewitness News special. We're coming to you live from the Union Buildings, the seat really of government. My name is TD Madia. I'm joining you here from what is the amphitheater of the Union Buildings. This is of course where all the festivities, the activities will be taking place today. Of course, today is the inauguration of President Cyril Ramaphosa, who was elected in Parliament last week following the May 29th elections. It's an interesting term of office. We've had many inaugurations, 5 presidents in, but we've never had it quite like this, where we are in a coalition country, if you may, coalition talks where power sharing is the order of the day. But it is a day full of festivities. Lots of dignitaries will be making their way here. Heads of state will also be participating, arriving to watch President Ramaphosa being sworn in. But what also makes this event special, from where I stand at least, I've attended 1 or 2 before, is the involvement of the SANDF, where you see what our force is about, what it's able to do, and we're going to try and get a little bit of that picture from the SANDF about expectations, about how they participate and how they're involved in the inauguration of a president. I've heard of things like a fly past, things like a 21-gun salute. We'll try and get an understanding of that. Of course, we'll also be taking in the audience multiple political guests. As I said, I'm at the amphitheater, just really where the seat of power lies. Around me are offices from here. Khoto will pan around a little bit so you can see a little bit of what this area looks like. There's a dome there in the center of this area. That's where the president will arrive and be sworn into office by the Chief Justice a little bit later on. If you look past that and you can't really see it properly, there are the lawns, and that's where the audience will gather a little bit later on. The formal program will start at 11. There is an announcement that's taking place in the background, but the formal program only starts at 11. I want to introduce you now to General Zolambi, who is part of the SANDF. Just explain their participation. Good morning, welcome to Eyewitness News. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for having us.
Thank you. So the big thing for me about an inauguration is the role of the SANDF. I always look forward to the 21-gun salute, but it's more than that. Before I even ask you about what to expect, let's start with preparation. What goes into getting the SANDF ready for a moment like this?
Yeah, firstly, I would like to highlight that the primary role of the South African National Defence Force is to defend and to protect the sovereignty of the country. Secondary to that are those taskings from the presidency and those which are assigned to the SANDF, like this one of the ceremonial. Now, our role mainly is to provide ceremonial elements to ensure that the inauguration is actually carried out professionally. Now, the planning for this occasion started in October 2023 under the auspices of Major General Mkhize, where they had ceremonial work sessions to ensure that from within the department we are able to liaise and subsequently to link up with all other stakeholders and other sister departments in preparation for this event. Now, the SANDF has already sanctioned and pledged all its services and divisions to participate. Now, taking in terms of services, we've got the SA Army, the SA Air Force, the SA Navy, the SA Military Health Service. And of course, you will see also, once we take our deployments, we started first by deploying the gun troop, which will be providing the 21-gun salute. Then we have also deployed the street lining. We started first with the flag bearers. Then once they are in position, we roll out the street lining, which again, it goes with the seniority in terms of the services. Once they are in position, we'll then have the Air Force on standby to take off once it is required at the right tactical time. The ceremonial guard will march through the straight lining and to take position at the inauguration precinct to ensure that at the right time, when it's required, we sound the national anthem. So it will also be pulled through by the National Ceremonial Guard Band. So they will be closer. Then you will see at the amphitheater, we've got the Navy Band, which is also participating to provide a ceremonial music, entertainment. And then there are 2 aide-de-camps which will be taking through the president up to the podium. Now, I've counted all these elements which can be seen by the naked eye. However, there are those who are also behind the scenes. For instance, where Air Force is taking off, where you will see that the national anthem will be sounded by the ceremonial guard band. Together, it will be accompanied by the 21 gun salute and the fly past, which will be hosted by 3 helicopters to fly past the national flags.
Let's speak a little bit about some of those. I'm always fascinated, as I said, by the 21 gun salute, but I'm also interested in how the fly past takes shape above, will take place obviously above us. It's a fly past. Let's speak a little bit though about what informs just some of these military activities that will be taking place, these ceremonial events that are taking place. What informs them? How do you make the decisions about that this has to be part and parcel of what's on display for the public today?
Well, firstly, this participation and coordination, it's about the international standards. For instance, providing the 21 gun salute, it is the highest honor accorded to the state president. And of course, the kings, the prime ministers, heads of states. So in this case, when we sound the national anthem accompanied by 21 gun salute, to us, it means it is the highest honor rendered to the President of the Republic. And then, of course, you will see the coordination and timings thereof. It takes time to ensure that you synchronize those timings very well. Because once the national anthem is sounding, already the aircrafts should be on air, should be on board, so that you know that there is no confusion in that regard. And I must say that has been fine-tuned very well. And we are looking forward to the execution.
Thank you so much, General Mbi. I think South Africans are looking forward to that. It is such a show to see when the military shows off or showcases what it's capable of. Of course, they're from the SANDF, General Zola Mbi, speaking to us about what's expected. A fly past, I keep talking about a 21 gun salute. He speaks about the many things that will be on display, but also, most importantly, that this moment is the highest order that is afforded to the number one citizen. Of course, in this case, we're speaking about President Cyril Ramaphosa being sworn into office for a 3rd time. That is historic. I keep saying, for me, this is a man who's living his Mandela moment, and that's a conversation that keeps happening as you throw back to the past, because he finds himself in an interesting position where he was a part of the transitional talks in 1994, and he's finding himself at the helm of talks about South Africa's current transition, where we move from having one major party that is in charge of the country. But there's also a lot of other things that need to come with this moment. We need to think about what message he will have for the country today. What kind of tone does he want to set for the way forward for us? A lot of people have been wondering, what is the president thinking? What is happening in the halls of power? Hopefully our next guest will shed a little bit of light on where we are, what the moment means, and what we are hoping to hear when the president eventually addresses the nation a little bit later on, or at least is sworn into office. And the next parts of that, of course, we're looking forward to cabinet roll in. I'm joined now by presidential spokesperson Vincent Mangwenya. Thank you so much for your time. Welcome to Eyewitness News.
Thank you, Tsidi. Thank you for having me, and greetings to your listeners and viewers.
People keep saying this is a momentous occasion, but it's not only that. This is a precedent-setting inauguration when you think about it. President Cyril Ramaphosa is I think the only one who's had this honor being sworn in 3 times, historically speaking, in democratic South Africa. But he also finds himself being the only one who has to manage this concept or this view of a government of national unity, which is a very different beast, if you may, from what it was in '94 when the ANC had majority.
Well, Tsidi, voters have sent a message, and that message has been heard loud and clear by the governing party and by the president in particular. Earlier on, you referred to his address. In that address, you will find expression or acknowledgement of that message from the voters. You will find commitment not only from him as the head of state, but also on behalf of the government of national unity in terms of delivering to South Africa's expectations, to South Africans' expectations, but as well as to delivering to those critical issues such as the economy, issues related to electricity. And so you'll find all of those issues included in that speech.
Let me take a few steps back a little bit, Vincent. Let's speak about preparation for today. What went into getting the country to this moment?
Well, there's several elements. In terms of the inauguration itself, that preparation started some months ago, because irrespective of who was going to be the president, there was going to be an inauguration. And so the presidency, collectively with a number of other departments, started planning this day. Politically, as you know, we went through an election. Thereafter, there was a series of talks that saw us finally being able to constitute a government. That government will be expressed when the president announces his cabinet appointments in a matter of days, having consulted with all other parties. And so you have, various elements of our constitution playing a role in getting us here, the elections processes, as well as the actual planning of such a day, which in itself, by the way, is stipulated in the constitution. The president has to be sworn in 5 days after being elected in the National Assembly. And so we are celebrating our democracy. Young as it is, it continues to evolve. The main part of today will be when the president takes the oath of office, and before and after that, it will then be the celebration. Yes.
Let's speak about what else is on the program. From my understanding, he might go to the South Lawns, where members of the public have gathered in the hope to also watch this particular moment. What else is on the bill for those tuning in to watch his inauguration today?
Well, obviously, yes, as you said, he will go to the South Lawn to greet members of the public. Thereafter, he will proceed to a luncheon where he will spend a little bit of time with other heads of states who are his guests today. We have about 20 or so heads of states and government that have honored the invitation to be with the president on his special day. So he'll spend some time with them. Thereafter, he will proceed and kick off another round of consultations. He doesn't want a prolonged period of uncertainty without a cabinet. And so as early as tonight, he will be carrying on with those consultations.
I want to speak about the preparation outside of what we are seeing in this moment. We're at a media center last night. It was utter chaos, Vincent. And part of the conversation I was hearing is there was confusion. Even though there was an interministerial committee that was tasked with getting us to this point, there seemed to be confusion about when to even communicate our accreditation. I mean, as journalists, we heard about accreditation maybe on a Saturday. And the question that I had is, but we've always known that if there's an election, what must follow is that first sitting in Parliament, and no matter what, an inauguration must happen. There is a feeling, even when you look at the heads of state who are coming, mostly from the African continent, but we don't have, from what I could see, not enough from other countries. And people are saying it's because to organize a head of state to come here, it is such a mission, it's such a debacle, it's such a massive undertaking, logistically speaking, and that this event felt like such a rush that you couldn't get around to that. Why is it that there's a sense that we rush to this moment, almost as if it was unexpected that we need to hold an inauguration of a president?
So to remember, the inauguration initially was set for the 22nd of June. That was based on the 14 days that's required to sworn in new members of parliament. The Chief Justice decided on Friday as the day in which the first sitting of parliament will take place for the 7th term. What that meant is that we had to move forward to the day of the inauguration because the president must be sworn into office 5 days after being elected by the National Assembly. And so the venue had to change from Loftus Stadium to the Union Buildings. And that had an impact on the logistics and other elements of planning. On what you and your colleagues experienced, first of all, I must apologize for that. It wasn't the intention at all to frustrate the media. If anything, the expectation and the plan was to process you guys as quickly as possible and to have as many of you here as it is humanly possible. And so what you experienced yesterday was rather unfortunate. We hope it will not happen again. And now and then it does happen that when you're hosting events of this size, things don't always go according to plan because of the many moving parts that are involved. On the heads of state, you said it yourself today, moving a head of state is a lot of work. Advanced teams have to be dispatched to that particular location. And so one understands why some heads of states could not make it, but others may have had other commitments. We've been in that situation ourselves as a country where the president is not able to attend to invitations for inaugurations because of other commitments or simple logistics that we're not able to put together on time in terms of dispatching all the necessary elements that have to precede his visit.
And my next question, and you've kind of sort of answered it, and I think you're doing it on purpose, because when you're asking about the issue of cabinet, you are saying that he's going back to negotiations, he's working on it, you keep saying it's a couple of days. I do know that in terms of guidelines of the Constitution, it's not necessarily set as to when he needs to appoint a cabinet. What are we looking at? Because you must tell me this, though, Vincent, understanding that we haven't slept much, and I'm trying to figure out if I can afford to sleep over the next few days.
Look, we have the added layer of complexity this time. They will continue. Let's give it a bit of time. But what the president does not want is a prolonged period of uncertainty. So he does want to wrap up these consultations as soon as possible so that he can confirm those appointments and have them announced.
I'm almost done with you. One of the questions that we keep getting asked as journalists is, what is the president thinking? Does he have the appetite to stick around? Can you take us into a little bit of internal conversations about what his thoughts are about this moment and what he needs to do as a leader in order to serve this nation in what we are hoping as a nation we would receive in a president, how he's processing the change of God in essence, or the hands, and what he needs to manage and mitigate throughout this period?
The country and all its challenges and opportunities are first and foremost in his thinking process. And therefore, that's what drives his commitment and that's what drives his dedication. That's what informed the manner in which he approached even the negotiations that led to this formation of the GNU. So he's very much aware of what this moment means to the country. He's aware that a lot of expectations still rest with him, but also there are going to be a lot of expectations on this GNU to deliver. It's made up of more than 60% of voters. And so the challenge of keeping it together, the challenge of making it work, it's a challenge that he is up to, is highly enthused at beginning this term, and he sees more opportunities coming out of this GNU. He is deeply encouraged at the fact that the reforms that he started are beginning to take shape, they're beginning to bear fruit, and he will be continuing with driving more reforms that will put us on a sustained growth path.
Just my parting shot, you came in the middle of the 6th administration as a spokesperson. Are we staying with you? Are you staying with us? Do you continue to serve? What are your thoughts at the moment?
I'm there to support the president for as long as it's required.
Thank you so much. That's presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya speaking to us here at the MP Theatre. I hear a choir has started to sing out in the background. I can't spot them as yet, but I definitely hear them. I definitely hear a bit of singing. I know that there is a band that's also down closest to the dome from the SANDF. We are continuing to speak to guests, key decision makers, key players in our democracy at this point in time about what they make of this particular moment. I'm joined now by Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman from Gift of the Givers. Good morning, almost a good afternoon, Dr. Imtiaz. Thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Eyewitness News. First, your thoughts. It's an inauguration. It is a celebration in essence of our democracy and where we are. What is on your mind this morning?
Well, first of all, it's a fantastic feeling. You're right. It's a celebration. It's lovely to see people from different walks of life, ex-politicians, ex-ministers, all sitting together. But the good thing that I've experienced talking to business people and everyone else, everybody's looking at how can we make the country better. People, we have different opinions, we have different thought processes, but everybody wants to know how can we go forward, take South Africa forward in every sphere in the right way. What worries me is the fact that it's not a government of national unity. It's a government of selective unity.
I actually wanted to speak to you about that. I do know that Gift of the Givers had raised some concerns. I'm going to talk to you and we're going to walk up the stairs as we talk because we need to make clear this area. Heads of state are expected to arrive a little bit later on. They don't want any of us close to the dome. They don't want a lot of movement when this is happening. Dr. Imtiaz, as I speak to you now, you speak about a government of national unity not being what we are seeing. I have to ask you, from my understanding, the Gift of the Givers were also worried because the DA has not come to the party as far as the Middle East conflict is concerned. Many of us in the country are quite clear about where we stand on the Middle East conflict. You've got to, well, it's not only an opposition. By signing on to the GNU, it is actually in government now, and they don't have a clear position. In fact, they've been seen to be opposite of trying to help Palestine self-determine. The Gift of the Givers has a view about that from my understanding.
Yes, I'm very clear about it. First of all, the ANC is 40%, so they're the majority. They need to exert themselves, otherwise you're going as a majority and acting like a minority makes no sense to me. Number two is this is not a government of national unity. It's a government of selective unity. Why have you left out your friends and comrades that have been in the ground with you, that have been in the trenches? Is somebody else making the decision for you that you're not capable to make your own decision? Why is MK left out? Why is EFF left out? ANC is actually a combination of EFF, MK and COPE. You were one party, one group, one people that struggled for so many years. Why are you splitting that way? It's time for the leaders to get together and I'm going to call for the ANC. Re-look at the government of national unity and bring your friends in. The real people of liberation, they stood for humanity. They stood for freedom from oppression. Are you going to throw your values away? Then can I trust you anymore? That you're going to give up to humanity? Sorry, I can't trust you.
And then just before I let you go, you were on the ballot back in 1994. 30 years on, your reflections on how far we've come, even your own path, where it isn't political, but it's humanitarian, and the role that you play extends beyond South Africa's borders. I mean, Gift of the Givers is celebrated the world over for you answer any calls for assistance.
Well, I'm grateful, very grateful that I didn't get a seat in parliament. Actually, I wasn't involved in the formation of the party. I was just put as a leader. I wasn't even in the country at that point. So I'm very grateful that we didn't make it. And my spiritual teacher also advised against getting involved in politics. But yes, the country, we've had great times and we've had bad times. But that's part of life. Challenges makes you better. You grow, you make mistakes, you learn, you make progress. As long as you learn from the mistakes and don't repeat the mistakes, I don't think we're doing too bad. I think we've got a great future. We've got great people. We've got people who are willing to serve the country. But I need to tell the public, the country does not belong to the government. It belongs to 65 million people. It's our country, and when I say that, I expect every one of us to be a patriot, to do what we can, to make our contribution, to hold hands, to uplift and fix the country together.
All right, thank you so much. That's Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman from the Gift of the Givers was speaking to us there. We are at the steps of the Union buildings. I must tell you, my favorite thing about the steps here are the words from the women who took that march in 1956, that anti-pass march saying, we will not carry passes, we will not seek permission to roam this country. You know that saying, you strike a woman, you strike a rock, came from that imbogoto, if you may, from that particular era. So those words are engraved on the steps that lead you up here at the Union buildings. It's one of my favorite things about this particular building. The role of women in this country is always an interesting talking point. When you think about the lack of women who were leading political parties at the elections, but the particular women that we are looking to as we speak of a government of national unity, as we speak of a new way forward for the country. I'm currently joined now by the DA Chief Whip, and I think for the DA, she's certainly one of those people that they look to. I think there's a fair amount of pressure on you. Siwe Kwahube joins me now. I think there is a fair amount of pressure on you, young black women, on how you even help your own party make sense of where we are at the moment. But I do know, and I'm sure you'll say this, that this is a moment of optimism, and it should be looked at that way.
Absolutely, Tidi. I think it is, and I think this is an opportunity. I mean, I think even if you speak to ordinary South Africans, there is a fair amount of optimism. But what we must never do is now let that moment slip us by and let people down when they actually had optimism that political parties can work together and political leaders can work together. If you were to ask me what the ideal situation would be, it would be a lot of us putting egos aside, political lagers aside, and deciding to work together to essentially uplift the people of South Africa. And I think we can do that, especially since the voters have sent us a clear message that not a single one of you will have a clear majority. And I think for me, that is a clear message from our voters that it's high time that we work together and we embrace political maturity in that sense.
How is the DA processing this moment? Because you're no longer opposition. Where we call government's failures to order, you two are now painted with the same brush. And that's something that you must make sense of as you prepare yourselves to serve in the government led by the ANC, if you may.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is why, Tidi, it was never an easy decision for us to take, to being part of a government of national unity. You know better than most that we spent, decades being at loggerheads with the ANC on many things. And so the decision was not an easy one. But we also got to a point where we realized, at what point do we become part of the solution? At what point do we say, yes, we'll lift our hands up, we will also take a part, and we'll bring our skills and we'll bring our bit to the table? And so that was the organization's existential moment, if you were, so to speak, where we then decided, look, this is time. Because ultimately, in 5-10 years' time, there'll be very little to save if South Africans don't get together. And so, yes, it will be tough because we will have to, on the one side, hold government to account, which we will form part of. On the other side, we will have to deliver within that government and make sure that, we don't drop the group average, but also make sure that our other people in government are also pulling their weight. So it's going to be difficult, it's going to be tricky, but I think it's necessary.
How do you go back to your core, your constituency, and explain the decision that a week or two ago you were critical of the ANC, you felt that Phala Phala meant that this particular president who's been sworn in today deserved to no longer serve in the high office. Yet here you come back at his side, working with him. How do you go back to your constituents and say, over less than a month, you've changed your minds, you will not support motions of no confidence in Cyril Ramaphosa? How do you explain that contradiction?
Yeah. Look, I mean, it's going to have to be communicated to our voters because the thing that we are saying to them is simply this. Ultimately, what the voters sent to us is an ANC that was at 40%, a DA that was at 22%, and other political parties. It was either the ANC goes into a minority government, which could be highly unstable like we've seen in local government level, or we could say that we will get into a government of national unity with them. And then we had to ask ourselves the question, will we achieve more in government or in the opposition benches? We have been an effective opposition for many years, but at the moment South Africa is in crisis, and we do believe that it requires a different tack, and that different tack is perhaps being in government so that we can make sure that some of the reforms we're talking about, lifting people out of poverty, getting people into work, making sure that we end the load shedding crisis, the water crisis, crime, some of those things could be things that we could be actively driving within cabinet as opposed to simply holding government to account for their failures. And so that is what we're going to explain to voters, that ultimately it's 5 minutes before midnight and South Africa is in a crisis, and we've all got to put shoulder to the wheel despite our political differences and actually do something.
The big conversation outside of inauguration today is obviously about the executive. What is the DA hoping to come out of as far as positions, they matter, and what kind of positions? Because that's actually where you will be able to either make a difference or be passive players in this agreement.
Look, I mean, first of all, of course, we want meaningful roles in government, and that is subject to a negotiation. One of the things that we really had to consider when we were presenting this to the rest of the party is to say to them, look, what we're going to try and do in this negotiation is to try and get portfolios that will allow us to deliver on our manifesto of pulling people out of poverty, of getting people into work, and some of those things. So that's the first thing. So these are some of the portfolios that we are going to be gunning for. But ultimately, our expectation here is that there will be proportional representation within the cabinet, because of course that is something that has been in the founding document. So we're not expecting, well, yes, of course, there may be a whole lot of political parties. Ultimately, we are the second largest party in that GNU, and we do expect that to be reflected in the allocation of cabinet positions.
The squabbles that are seemingly coming from some of the media interviews that are happening, where there seems to not be a thorough understanding across the board of what that founding document, the document that is, what is it called again? It's the intent, what is it? Oh my goodness. Thank you. The statement of intent document, there seems to be disagreements even around what sufficient consensus actually looks and feels like. You saw in the SABC, Helen Zille versus Fikile Mbalula, who's Secretary General of the ANC. Your sense of that back and forth and whether or not this collapses the GNU even before it fully takes shape?
I think absolutely not. I think it was important that we have a statement of intent, because it is now, we are able now to essentially thresh out some of these things immediately before government even takes shape. Because can you imagine 6-7 months down the line us having a conversation and arguments about what sufficient consensus means? And this is some of the biggest failures of what our local governments fail to do. We fail to essentially put these markers on the road to say this is where, these are the parameters of our agreement. And we were very intentional this time around to say this is too big a task, too much is at stake. This is a country that we're talking about. These are people who we have had opposing views to, and therefore it's important that we agree on the intention of finding one another. So I don't think that it means the collapse of the GNU. I think this is part of the teething process. And quite frankly, TD, we are still actually a long way off. There's still a lot more difficult conversations that are coming. Policy concessions.
Foreign policy. There are many issues.
Yeah, there are many issues that that still are coming on board.
I'm almost done with you. I've got the ANC's new chief whip on the sidelines. He's going to be joining me quite soon. Ndumseni Ntuli, you can bring him in. I'll talk to you just now. Oh, that's cute. Considering that you might be leaving Parliament, you all are very cute. But before I even speak about that, part of the criticism with the DA is we have never scrutinized the DA as capacity for government at national level. We've looked at what you're capable of doing at local government because residents speak about that and the local government results show that. But it's a very different thing for us, different experience for us to look at your lineup at national level. And part of the question that's come out is, does the DA actually have capacity? A lot of people saying actually there seems to be a skills deficit in the DA. It's not as sharp as it's put itself out to be. It's talked a big game about what it would look like if you had national government. You find yourselves at that now. The assessment of the skills in the room, the talent in the room. And I'm saying this to you, of course, with a lot of talk about the education and the qualifications of the federal leader, John Steenhuisen, and that becomes part of the conversation. Navigating that.
No, look, I think firstly, I think we do have the talent and the depth of talent in the organization. But more importantly, TD, and I think more crucially, which is what should give many South Africans great comfort, is that we've done a lot of work on preparing to govern. So we not only have a policy suite that we have polished over the years, but we've also done a lot of ready to govern work within the organization. We've got a governance unit that has been preparing us for this very moment. We never wanted to be an opposition in waiting. We always wanted to be an opposition that was ready to govern, because that's what we promised the people of South Africa. So I think we'll be able to live up to the task, and it's up to South Africans to look at us and say, where's your track record? And I think we'll be able to point to a good one when the time comes.
Before I let you go, I did ask you about whether you're staying in Parliament or not. What does the future hold for you?
Look, for me, I mean, I will continue holding a leadership position within the organization, whether it is in Parliament or elsewhere. But for now, that still remains to be seen. I'm in a bit of a weird situation for the next week. But for now, I'm still the chief whip of the opposition, or not.
Not the opposition. Thank you so much, Sivyo Kwahube. She doesn't know where she stands. I think the president might put her out of her misery relatively soon. What's interesting about the DA, I've got to tell you, is that they held a manifesto launch on the lawns here at the Union Buildings. I found it really I found it was really smart. It was clever. It was genius. But I laughed it off, saying, "Hey, so much aspiration." They had made an argument at the time that they would make it to the union buildings via the multi-party charter, the so-called moonshot pact, if you may. It is ironic that they make it to the union buildings via the very same ANC they're criticizing on those lawns. And with that, I want to bring in the new chief whip. Thank you so much, Siviwe. The new chief whip of the ANC, Mdumzeni Ntuli. You switched from Lutuli House to Parliament. The process, before I even ask you what your thoughts about today, the process in your head of the roles and what you need to do to fulfill and to play that role successfully, considering it's also under very different conditions for the ANC.
Well, I think the first thing one will have to say is that the fact that we're meeting here today, hardly a week or two after the elections, following a successful first sitting of the National Assembly in which the President of the Republic was elected, is a testimony to the correctness of the position we adopted as the ANC, and of course which was supported by the parties who have consented to the idea of what we call the government of national unity. For me personally, it's not a major transition, not a major transition in a sense that I'm still going to be within the caucus of the African National Congress. But of course there will be new challenges. There are new things that one will have to learn about how Parliament works. And of course, in a very difficult environment where the ANC is no longer, as it used to for the past 30 years, enjoying a decisive majority with a capacity to set up government and the legislature on its own. But I'm very optimistic that I'm joining a team of highly experienced comrades who have been in this journey, many of them, some of them for the past 30 years. And I think one will be quickly acquaint themselves to the new situation and be able to discharge his responsibilities.
Part of the criticism I've heard here today, including one from Dr. Imtiaz Suleiman, coming to you all around, I imagine, which I think are well deserved. Part of the criticism has been that you've left behind people who are part of the ANC. He then cited EFF, MK Patum Konto Sizwe, to some degree even Cope, which is not back in Parliament, because no matter how you look at it, these are iterations of the ANC saying, why couldn't the ANC even find a way to talk to these? That at the heart of it, all of these are ANC, all of these have history with you in the trenches, in exile, fighting for a particular cause. Why is it that it feels that the ANC was so easy to walk away and to let that go and not do the hard work of trying to bring those people to the table?
Look, the problem is not the ANC leaving behind what is called like-minded parties. I think where we need to blame ourselves as the ANC is that we have not yet had an opportunity to engage with the different sectors of society about the way in which we conceptualize the idea of a government of national unity. Because fundamentally, what we said was that we want all political parties who are represented in Parliament to form part of the government of national unity, irrespective of their own ideological persuasion. We set out certain principles, which we said these are principles that are defining the national interest. And if we all agree that there are national interests which must take precedence over our own political position, it's important that we must work together. And therefore, we invited all parties, and in fact, we engaged with all of them. There were many conditions that were set out by different parties. The ones we have referred to, for instance, the EFF, very, very open and told us that they would never participate in the GNU if it is going to involve the Democratic Alliance. The same condition was set by the DA. The same condition was set by the MK party, which went further to say, if President Cyril Ramaphosa remains our candidate and the President of the Republic, that was for them a red line. They were not willing to compromise and work with us. So we took a principled position that as a leader, a majority in the National Assembly, we are extending an invitation to all political parties. We are defining what we call the principles that must underpin our national interest. Those who are willing to participate must come on board. Those who are not willing to participate on the basis that they believe their own ideological positions are taking precedence over national interests, we will not be able to force them to cooperate with us. And of course, along the way, they were going to be, it's inevitable that there was going to be give and take, because you've got to negotiate this government of national unity up to the point where there will emerge a consensus and areas within which you can coalesce with. So we think we've done our part. We've done the best as the ANC, and those who decided to walk away voluntarily cannot turn back and blame us for their exclusion in the government of national unity.
But pushback remains within your own party, within some sectors of society that are unhappy that you are finding yourselves in bed with the Democratic Alliance. Everybody goes back to how you are so diametrically opposed to each other as far as policy positions are concerned. It's something that some in the ANC, when you look at structures within your party, are seemingly saying is simply unacceptable. And that's something that some believe you'll be punished for come 2026 local government elections and beyond.
Look, the unfortunate part is that in the national narrative, there's been an elevation of the Democratic Alliance as if the DA is the principal partner of the ANC in the GNU. And that is done conveniently to neglect the fact that there's a patriotic alliance which in terms of their own orientation is diametrically opposed to what the DA stand for. There is Inkatha Freedom Party, there's PAC, there's Good, there are other political parties. We don't understand what is it that is it about which has resulted into this elevation of the Democratic Alliance, almost to position and present them as a strategic partner in the GNU. I suppose partly that can be accounted for the extent to which they are active in the media, trying to project themselves as a key and a pioneering player in the formation of the government of national unity. But the fact of the matter is that they were, like all other parties, invited into the GNU. They are not the founders of the GNU. It's the ANC that is the preeminent leader of the GNU, which decided that it must invite all other political parties to join. And we do want to make that point very clear that even in terms of how the document has been formulated, there's been a confusion about what the 60% meant and what it represents. The 60% threshold is not a partnership between ourselves and the DA. It's the partnership, it's 60% of the parties who are represented in the GNU. So it doesn't mean that the two of us can meet and take a decision at the exclusion of others. That's not how the ANC orientation is about the GNU.
That's the issue. You lead me to the issue around some saying, yeah, but the others are 1% parties. But most importantly, that back and forth around sufficient consensus, which was part of the issues on Friday during the first sitting. But it seemingly is one of the issues around the PA, where the DA says the ANC did not ask the DA if it's okay to bring the PA in. The ANC saying we don't need to ask. What is that issue? Who did you inform? I see Mkhuleko Hlengo is also just next to me, so I will also ask the IFP, what did they know?
Look, we see ourselves as equal partners in the GNU. There's no big brother, there's no... So this thing that the DA wanted to be consulted before others can be invited to join the GNU, it's a strange way of thinking. And it's a betrayal of what this GNU principle actually say. Because we've set out certain principles through which we invited political parties to join and participate in the formation of the GNU. And remember, we are not done with setting up the government of national unity. We've only partially dealt with the aspect of the parliament. We are coming back after the inauguration of the president, for the president to set up the executive and go back to parliament again. Now, the only time at which we are going to have a consensus around the inclusion of a new party in the GNU is when the GNU's parties have completely done the work of setting up government and parliament and therefore are already in motion. And anybody want to come in and join the GNU will have to be a matter that is reflected upon by the collective. But from where we are, there is no reason the ANC was supposed to consult with the DA or anybody else for that matter.
How long will it take to get instruments to make sure that this is legalized, that this agreement is something that's able to hold water, at least to stay in place for 5 years? Because what we are seeing at local government is not what South Africans want to see at national level.
At the national level, there is a high level of maturity. The leadership that is there is leadership of our national formations, different political parties. So I'm quite certain that the experience of our people at a local government will not find expression at a national level, given the level of maturity and the fact that this is where the apex leadership of the different political parties is located. And I do believe that collectively we will place the national interest over and above our own party political positions.
That remains to be seen. Thank you so much. That's the ANC's newly appointed Chief Whip, Mdumseni Ntuli, speaking to us about the politics of GNU. Very complex. A lot of work still needs to be done from what I understand. I'm joined now by Mkhuleko Tlengwa from the IFP, the national spokesperson. The GNU politics seems to overshadow many things. Welcome to Eyewitnesses, Mkhuleko. The first question I really need to get into is this back and forth around the Patriotic Alliance. The DA saying we're not consulted, the ANC saying you don't need to be consulted. Where was the IFP in this conversation? Where do you stand on it?
Look, the whole notion of a GNU is that you need to have a broad scope of consultation because we are forming a government under very difficult circumstances, also with the pressure of timelines in terms of what the Constitution and the law prescribes. I think that the distinction must be made that in 1994, the parameters of a GNU were determined by the law. In this case, they are not. And so it will require engagements and discussions amongst parties. I think that that process must be allowed to take place in order for us to satisfy ourselves that we have explored every possible avenue.
So it's a good thing that this back and forth is happening, the teething issues that are happening at the moment now. But let's also speak about, just very quickly before I continue, that announcement in the background is as some of the dignitaries make their way here. I did say at some point heads of state will arrive, and I think each one, every delegation that's coming in will definitely get an announcement. I will show you in just a little bit, but I just want to continue with Mkhuleko here, just about also his sense of this occasion. Some read it as a moment of optimism for the country. I think it's a moment of reckoning for the president. He needs to revisit who he was in 2019, who he was when he was sworn in Cape Town, I think in 2018. But he also needs to reconcile with who he was during those very CODESA talks and the very first GNU that you speak about now. Your sense of this occasion and your expectations on the president.
Look, for us, it's important that as a country we satisfy ourselves that our democracy is intact and it's strong. This is an occasion wherein we affirm the transfer of power from one administration to another, and it's peaceful and arises on the back of elections that are free and fair. It arises on the back of South Africans exercising their democratic right. The president obviously has got a mammoth task on his shoulders because he's no longer just navigating an ANC in government, he's navigating all of us. We're going to have to find each other on key policy issues, and so really what he says today will be an indicator about the dream and vision that he has anew, and for us to now make a contribution when that government is actually put together. So I believe that he has to really be honest with himself, he has to be honest with the country, and be able to present a direction which will respond to the daily lived material conditions of our people. The economy needs a lot of work. We need to create jobs. We need to go back to the basics of fixing infrastructure. So as far as we are concerned, he really needs to move away from the ivory towers of airy-fairy ideologies and so on, and take us back to what is pragmatic and what works. We need to fix local government. So this is, in many respects, going to be a defining moment, not just for him, but for the country in terms of how we set the foundations for coalition governments moving forward. Because quite clearly we're going to be stuck with this reality for the foreseeable future.
A defining moment, not just for President Cyril Ramaphosa, but for all of us. I've asked, in fact, I must actually also just say quickly there, you're speaking of a new dawn. I don't know any other leader who gets to produce yet another new dawn, but that's kind of sort of what you're saying, is that he needs to give us a different dawn of sorts in this moment. The IFP's participation in government, what are your expectations? I've spoken to the DA, and the DA says that it is looking at portfolios that will bring to life its manifesto. What are the IFP's considerations around the executive? Are you participating, and if you are, to what capacity?
We have actually been engaging on this matter on the basis of principle and putting together a framework of functionality and operationalizing the GNU. The issue of putting positions at this point is putting the cart before the horse. There has to be form and structure to this government. I mean, as we speak now, parties are bringing themselves to the table, which will therefore fundamentally change the configuration of government. We believe that we have got a sufficient role to play in the executive and role in the legislature. Moreover, of course, we have seen the GNU produce a government of provincial unity in KwaZulu-Natal. And so it's quite clear that it is possible to get this done. And we believe that we bring to the table the necessary experience for the formation of a government. And if you just take the KwaZulu-Natal experience, and I was part and parcel of the negotiations there, we discussed the principles first. We elected the premier and the office bearers of the legislature. Then we discussed the issue of positions. So this is a process, it's not an event, and I think today is another moment in that process because it defines the direction, and then we need to conclude, obviously, with the necessary speed and urgency because government has to work. A date has been fixed for the opening of parliament, so time is against us, and I think we are almost there.
Time is against us. Thank you so much. That's the IFP's Mkhulu Watlengwa speaking about what this moment actually means for, again, not just the president, but actually for all of us gathered here and beyond, right? 62 odd million South Africans who are watching on and waiting to make sense of what does the man of the moment think of this period, where we are and where we need to go? How does he chart the path forward? Just to quickly run you through that program, they are making announcements there in the background where different delegations, dignitaries are making their way here. We've got two program directors. You're going to have Naledi Pando. I think that's the voice of Nomvula Mokonyane that you're hearing. She's the Deputy Secretary General of the ANC. So that's King Misuzulu making his entrance, arriving here for the event announced there by Nomvula Mokonyane. We're going to have interfaith prayers just after 11. We're going to also have the president then taking his oath of office at about 11:25. Because it's an event that's led by the SANDF, there's this expectation of precision as far as time commitments are concerned. He will then acknowledge the national salute. There's a lot of military ceremonial events that will be taking place. The 21-round gun salute will be followed by an address by the president himself at about 11:50. So just before 12, we'll get a better sense of what he's been thinking and what he wants to do with his term of office coming back in. We will also, they'll depart at some point and then go down to the South Lawns where they will address the general public and where entertainment will go through. I want you to just take in just some of these events as they're unfolding, just to listen to a little bit of what's happening at the Dome and what's happening here in the amphitheater.
distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome Bishop Lekganyane of St. Agnes Zion Christian Church.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, we acknowledge the arrival of Her Excellency Hanan Jarrah, Ambassador of the State of Palestine, as well as His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Tahir El-Fadli, Ambassador of the Arab Republic of Egypt, representing Egypt and Palestine. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, kindly welcome Mr. Wamkele Nene, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area.
Welcome back. You are watching an Eyewitness News Special coming live to you from the seat of power, the Union Buildings, where President Cyril Ramaphosa will be inaugurated into office. This is his second inauguration, but his third swearing in, if you know what I mean. So in 2019, he was inaugurated at the Loftus Stadium. Quite a big event. I was there, and this is a small, I think definitely scaled down event that's taking place at the Union Buildings today. In 2018, he was sworn into office because he came in to finish former President Jacob Zuma's term of office following that, I think they called it a watershed conference at Nasrec. And that's something that tends to happen is the politics tend to affect governance in our country. So this is his third swearing in that will be happening here at the Dome, here at the amphitheater, which is where I'm standing at the moment. We are speaking to different leaders because I don't know if you understand it, like it or not, our democracy has shifted, right? We passed the period of a majority party rule. We saw that happening on May the 29th when the ANC went under, could not get that 50+1 majority. Not only that, it reached 40%. And the outcomes of negotiations about the way forward there was that conversation about a government of national unity, an attempt, if you may, to emulate what they had back in 1994. But of course, the conditions are very different. The GNU 94 happened with an ANC that was in the majority. The GNU back then happened as the ANC was coming into power and it was legislated. There is a major difference this time around where there is no actual legislation that guides how these parties need to work. Talks to build a consensus around coalitions have actually been abandoned multiple times towards this particular period, and the ANC is far weaker than what it was back then, or even weaker where it had a lot of the splinters. Think about what the ANC was like when COPE happened. It's not the same ANC, and it's an ANC that finds itself in bed with the DA. But part of what it needs to contend with as it does that is that the ANC is part of an alliance movement. It doesn't walk the path alone. It walks the path with others who are with it in the thick of things, really, during the fight for liberation. And one of those parties, often referred to as the party, funny enough, is the SACP, the South African Communist Party. I'm joined now by their spokesperson, Dr. Alex. Thank you so much for your time. Welcome to Eyewitness News. The ANC doesn't walk the journey alone. It doesn't navigate the GNU on its own. It's got to do that with its alliance partners in mind. Of course, the SSCP and COSATU being a part of that. And to some degree, it always depends for me with Sanko and the state of what Sanko is like. But the point that I'm making is the decisions that it's made here could not have been decisions that it's taken alone. It's had to take you on board along with it to some degree. But before I even get your thoughts on that, let's speak about this moment where I'm saying, without question, our democracy has shifted. Your thoughts?
Democracy will never stand in the same place to start with. It will always shift. And where it is and where it is going will depend on the balance of forces. So as things stand right now, the ANC remains South Africa's largest political party by electoral support, although it did not reach 50% plus one required to form an outright majority government. That's where our democracy is at the moment. And what goes on from here will determine further shifts that will take place in this democracy. They could be negative and they could be positive, depending on the work that will go on the ground, as well as in the government and in all other trenches of power.
Let's go back to my initial point where I said the ANC doesn't walk this path alone. It's not dealing with so-called political opponents without its alliance partners at its side, or at least it shouldn't. What is the sense on the SSCP about how this is happening? Have you been taken on board? Part of what's always been an issue for the SSCP is an ANC that behaves almost like you're an afterthought. What are you finding as it navigates this path?
No, we met following the declaration of the results by the IEC as free and fair. We held an Alliance Secretariat meeting in which the ANC briefed us about exploratory talks that had begun at that time, and we made our stance very clear. And then we held a political bureau following that Alliance Secretariat. We adopted a position based on our analysis of the distribution of seats according to political parties in parliament, that there was actually one permutation under which the ANC could pursue the establishment of a minority government with the features of a government of national unity. On the other hand, the ANC made it clear to us that it preferred a wider government of national unity. But we were not naive ourselves in advancing the idea of an ANC-led minority government with the features of a government of national unity, that it would depend on the reception of that idea by the other parties during the course of engagements. It is one thing to put forward an idea and say, this is the path we wish to take, but it is another to engage with others and test their reception to that idea. And finally, what you saw in Parliament was an outcome of engagement processes. Obviously, not everybody is interested in the people of South Africa. Others are interested in destroying the African National Congress, in capturing this or that particular department in order to advance their own agendas. But the engagements are continuing, and we can see changes going forward depending on how the engagements will unfold. We ourselves have a political bureau meeting and a central committee plenary by the end of June. We will be analyzing these things further, because decisions to be taken cannot only be an immediate or short-term decisions. There are medium and long-term decisions that need to be taken going forward.
Your sense of the moment in terms of the pushback. There have been some from alliance partners who have been quite clear in their refusal to accept the idea of the ANC being in government with DA representatives, but that is the path that we are on at the moment. Just your response to the pushback in some of the quarters in the alliance movement.
Let us repeat what we have said. We said we were against a coalition with the DA and the MKP. And the ANC said, no, we are not advancing a coalition. We are advancing a government of national unity, and we are opening this up. And we said that we believe that there was a permutation for the ANC to advance the establishment of a minority government led by the ANC, but with the features of a government of national unity. How we thought about a government of national unity on the SACP and the ANC side had its own nuances. But in the end, everything is determined by the balance of power in parliament. And you saw what happened in terms of the balance of power there. You cannot be oblivious to the fact that others nominated their own candidate, and you should know that to elect the president, you need to emerge with a majority. So the re-election of President Cyril Ramaphosa happened under precarious conditions in Parliament, and the situation we have right now is not an easy situation. It may prove to be more difficult. What is important is what do we do as the SACP, as a working class party, because we were and are still part of those alliance partners that do not see ourselves in one room with the DA, politically speaking.
What a difficult time it is for the former liberation movement and its alliance partners. As you said, it's a difficult moment. We did watch Parliament. Let's speak about your expectations today. The president must speak to the mood, must speak to the moment. What is the SACP hoping will come from that address later?
Yeah, before we proceed, let us make one point clear. The people of South Africa have spoken. So when we adopted the Freedom Charter, which said no government shall justly claim authority in this land unless it is based on the people, we meant it. We also meant accepting the results such as the ones we have today. How we navigate under conditions of this result is something else. But one thing that we have said clearly is that the ANC as the largest party must lead, because that is the will of the people. If anything happens without the ANC, it is not going to be lasting. The president today will have to speak about, this is an inauguration. We are looking forward to the state of the nation. The most important activity today is for the president to take the oath or affirmation of office according to his choice. And of course, he will say a few words, and then we are looking forward to the state of the nation address. But as we were campaigning on the ground, we want to see the resolution of the unemployment crisis that we face as a top government agenda item, followed by the eradication of poverty and systematic elimination of inequality. Unless we deal with these three factors, we are likely to have more problems going forward. And these factors require an enhanced industrial policy that is adequately supported from the fiscal policy side and enabled from the monetary policy side. So we need changes there. And we will have to play our role to fight against any rightward shift in the government. And we are very careful about the fact that having the likes of the DA will seek to push things to the right. And we ourselves will have to push things to the left, but that will not happen without thoroughgoing working class mobilization. That is our role. Further strategies will come out from the Political Bureau and the Central Committee of the Communist Party when we meet after this inauguration.
That is your role, but it's often a role you've been said to not have done as effectively as you ought to, as parties in the left, as organizations in the left. Do you see the ANC being able to undo where it is? Its trajectory has been a downward trajectory for a really long time. The ability to arrest decline, electoral decline specifically, is quite difficult. You have the 2026 local government elections. You're still going to assess how this works out, but you also have 2029. Can the ANC arrest or reverse this pathway that it seems to be on?
Look, when you analyze these results, you cannot just say that is the role and you have not adequately played that role. You are talking about interests here. And where interests hold, they can cause divisions. You cannot be in denial of the fact that there were divisions in the African National Congress. The ANC has adopted the direction to pursue renewal, and there are those who are opposed to renewal. And that in itself has an impact on how the ANC performs in the elections. So those are the things we need to attend to. But I cannot speak definitively about everything going forward, because the Central Committee is going to conduct what we call a comprehensive analysis of the election results, and it is possible we will announce something completely new going forward.
All right, thank you so much. That's Alex Mashilo, Dr. Alex Mashilo from the SACP, speaking about the election results, their expectations today, and taking those forward. But I must tell you, I would criticize the parties in the left for not being effectively on the ground. Remember, there was leaked audio at some point in the run-up to the elections, and part of the issue from the ANC was there simply weren't enough leaders on the ground campaigning. But that goes beyond the elections and speaks to what have they been doing over the past few years. You don't see COSATU in the streets the way that you used to see them. I mean, they speak about mass mobilization and putting workers together, but do you actually see it when they try to do it? I'd argue completely differently. Remember, we are coming to you live from the union buildings. I see the umbrellas are out in their numbers because though it was bitterly freezing this morning, it is expected to get really, really hot. Pretoria tends to get extremely hot. So I'm seeing those who are out in the sun have pulled out umbrellas. I just heard one of the program directors announcing that former Kenyan President Raila Odinga has made his way into the MP theatre. Lots of dignitaries, heads of state making their way into this event. President Ramaphosa will arrive just after 11. That's when the formal program will kick off, starting with interfaith prayers. He'll take his oath of office at about 25 minutes past 11. I keep speaking about precision. I keep speaking about time management. The last time I was here at the Union Buildings, it's a long time ago, it was when former President Nelson Mandela had passed on and his body was under that particular dome over there that Khoto's going to pan to over there. The dome over there, that's where his body was lying in state back in 2013. And again, the military was running that particular event. And again, the conversation was military precision. Everything was done on time, and I love time. I'm a stiffler for time, and everything was done to the T on time. And that is the expectation today, that when the time comes for that salute flight, the 21 round gun salute, the fly past, those things will happen in record time at that specific area. But we are joined now by Sasabona Mangani, and there's a reason why I'm bringing him on. He's the secretary of the ANC in Johannesburg, because when we talk GNU, and a lot of the conversation is GNU speaks to national government. It has found expression in provinces. If you've paid attention, the KwaZulu-Natal Premier has appointed his cabinet already, and in appointing his cabinet, it is a mixed bag, if you may, where you've got representatives from the DA, from the ANC, as well as the IFP that are accompanying an IFP premier. They decided to take government there, despite the fact that you've got Umkhonto Caesar party that is leading in terms of the numbers. The ANC did not try and put together a government in KZN, making that argument that they have a principled position not to do so because they're not the dominant party in that particular area. But what you are seeing is this funny expression, as I said, in provinces, and the likelihood is that you'll see this at local government. I want to take you to the 2021 local government elections, where I made that argument saying you will definitely see these metros being in flux when you think about Johannesburg. And I said these will definitely change come general elections. And boy, was I on the money. If I was a betting woman, I'd be rich by now. So far, we've seen changes definitely happening in eThekwini. When Mxolisi Kawunda has been removed, we saw the mayor of Ekurhuleni, a new mayor, mind you, Dr. Takaza, firing EFF's Nkululeko Tunga, who was the finance MMC. And some have said to me, if you're looking at it properly, in Johannesburg, Kabelo Kwamanda's days might also be numbered. Hence, I'm bringing in Sasabona for a quick take, really, from his part. Sasa, thank you so much for joining us. Welcome to Eyewitness News. From being in local government that's been in the state that it's in, and watching your own party finding its way through national government or rather government of national unity, you know what awaits. What are your thoughts as you're watching your own political party navigate this path?
Look, Sidi, it's definitely not an easy path to travel, but it's a path that the voters of South Africa have subjected us to, and I think the ANC is doing its level best to ensure that we get as many parties as possible to play a particular role in the government of national unity. Of course, ourselves in Johannesburg, we have our own experience in coming up with the government of local unity, which of course, with us, it never included the DA, and nationally, boom, you have to be working with the DA. So that is the state that we find ourselves in.
In your region, are you finding resistance to the idea that your party at national level has to hold hands with the Democratic Alliance?
You see, there is no way we can find resistance. Of course, you know, people have got different views, but the African National Congress is one. And the principle of democratic centralism is applicable. So whatever national, decide, whether you like it or you don't like it, it binds all of us, and we must subject ourselves to such. Yes, we will be given an opportunity when our NEC, come down to explain the decisions taken, for us to express whatever views we have. But at the end of the day, the decision that has been taken by the NEC binds to all of us, and we must give it the support, the necessary support that it is required.
How do you see the GNU, these coalition agreements, finding expression in Johannesburg? What is possible as it stands? You already are in a relationship of sorts that involves an EFF. An EFF is not part of the GNU. Again, I say, from my understanding, there will be an end to that relationship. Even EFF's leader, Julius Malema, has made the threat of withdrawing all his MMCs. Where does that stand? How do you see that finding expression?
Look, the reality is that what happens nationally will definitely affect what's happened locally. And so far, we haven't, got any indication in terms of to which extent are those engagements also, getting to the level of local government, because they are managed at a national level. Of course, the EFF made that pronouncement, but the MMCs of EFF are still MMCs in Johannesburg. There is no one who have resigned. They are still within the coalition with us, and of course, whatever national brings to us, we will have to navigate and see how do we deal with that. But we are doing fine. We are not fully happy, because you will know that we are the majority party, but the mayor is not from the African National Congress. So we can't be happy with that. If the changes will come and assist in ensuring that the African National Congress has a mayor in Johannesburg, we will be happy with that. Of course, working with the DA is a different ballgame.
Thank you so much. That's Sasabona Manganye, who's secretary of the ANC in Johannesburg, saying working with the DA is a different ballgame. But that's the game you've been served. That's the dish that you're facing. And I really, truly suspect that Kabelo Kwamanda's days are without question the countdown is now well underway here at the Union Buildings, where the president will be arriving quite soon, and he will be sworn in. He'll take his affirmation or oath of office, where he will pretty much start his third And from my understanding, the talks about cabinets, the executive, have been top of mind for many people. I know that people here and there have been approached, so the talks are not going to begin. They're going to be solidified over the next day or so. I think before the weekend, or Sunday at least, we definitely will have a new executive, and I think we'll have quite a lot to break down and to make sense of how the parties have split the positions of which political party has what position. The ANC hoping to hold on to strategic departments or portfolios. The DA also looking for portfolios that will speak to its different manifestos to bring those to life. Crime is a top issue for them. Energy is a top issue for them. But I don't see circumstances where the ANC will let go of policing so easily to the DA. I don't see them letting go of energy, for instance. I definitely don't see them giving up finance. In fact, some have made an argument that current finance minister Enoch Gondongwana is likely to remain, but only time will tell. These are decisions that the president will take after quite a bit of consultation, from what I understand. And as I said, from where I stand, a few of those are already underway, have been done as it stands. It's gone a little bit quiet here at the Union Buildings. I'm seeing different leaders. I'm just seeing now Reverend Kenneth Meshwe with Bossa leader Musi Mamani shaking hands just down at the stairs. In fact, here's Musi now chatting to us as well. Hi, I'm very good. Thank you so much. It's always good to see you. Musi Mamani has actually been attending these events. Always say, and we must always remind him, he attends them in different colors, right? He's now in Bossa. Yes, he's showing off his tie. He's now in Bossa colors. A very different. You're a very different person in 2019 when we were at the inauguration at Loftus. It's a different venue. We're now back at the Union Buildings. Let's start with the moment. My biggest thing from a lot of you is the president will address this event. It is his inauguration. Your expectations and your thoughts, more so when you think about who Cyril Ramaphosa was over the past 5 years of his first term.
Look, South Africa as of today will never be the same again, right? And with that in mind, what it doesn't need is the historic notion of consensus leadership. What it desperately needs is decisiveness. Because it's not just building a coalition between politics. It's building a coalition with a nation that desperately needs to be built. And people follow strong leadership. They don't follow confused or changing and all of that uncertain leadership. So what I'm hoping to hear today is a strong direction towards what kind of economy do we want to bring? How do we fix education? And how do we deliver for the people? We fail at those tasks and almost emphasize unity for unity's sake. We run the risk of losing the citizens along the way.
Why is Bossa not part of the GNU? I mean, education is a passion project of yours. One would have been like, well, maybe the gap is wide open there for you to attempt to make a play in order to serve in a portfolio like that, either be it in parliament or in government.
Because never join a government if you are unclear what it's going to do. I am passionate about education, but what I'm certainly not going to do is join a government that says we'll keep 30%. Then you are in a position, but you are doing what the ANC wants to do. If we are serious about this moment, let's agree on the things we need to do. The agenda must foreground the government, because I'll tell you what will save this country. What will save the country is not politics. It's actually using the next 5 years to build a strong state. So
No. He's in part of the government that they serve within. So when you've got those parties who are now going to clamor to protect each other, as opposed to playing a constructive partnership, then what else do we have? What room do we have as a country to hold them to account, or at least to try and circumnavigate the moment?
I mean, CD, that's where I think it's important that language is used correctly in this time. You have a grand coalition between the ANC, the DA. It means that you need to build a constructive opposition. Otherwise, you run the automated risk of having a coalition dictatorship. You actually need that centrist caucus. You actually need people who can be able to argue and say these excesses need to be curbed. And Parliament cannot just be a space to rubber stamp things because you have this grand coalition. Parliament must be the space where debate must be had. And so for me, I think I emphasize again, the work for the next number of years is about also building a capable. To get that right, you can curb the excesses of this grand coalition. That's why I can't call it a government of national unity. You must call it a grand coalition because it is a coalition between the ANC, DA and IFP.
All right, thank you so much. That's Boss's leader, Mmusi Maimane, chatting to us here at the MP Theatre. We are coming to you live from the Union Buildings, and he's speaking about that back and forth around, is it a government of national unity? Is it a grand coalition? And Mmusi saying, actually, you must call a thing, that what you're seeing is a partnership of three parties, and they've attached a few 1%, if you may, to that particular agreement. And those 1% include GOOD, they include the PA, and as of yesterday, have also included the PAC. The PAC was part of the so-called progressive caucus. Speaking to Apapoe, who is the secretary of the PAC, I asked, why have you now joined the GNU when you're part of a progressive coalition? And he said, actually, it's achieved its goal. What we wanted was to get the attention of the ANC to be brought to the table, and that has happened. They went to the table and signed this agreement with the ANC. So they're now part of the GNU, but lots of permutations. But Mmusi also speaking about how this again, and it's not the only one, quite a few have said to us, this is an important moment for us as a society to reflect on who we want to be. It's also a moment to try and build a capable state so that whatever happens in the political landscape, it has no impact on how our country continues to stand. I want also to just give you a bit of what's happening here, just to take in a little bit of what's happening here. So just watch for a little bit.
Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, could we give a rousing welcome to the Vice President of the Republic of Botswana, His Excellency, Mr. Slamba Tsogwane. Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, could we welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, His Excellency, Mr. Tiemoko Meilet Kone. Could we also resoundingly welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Ahmed Afi. Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, could we welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Cuba, His Excellency Salvador Valdez Mesa. Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, could we give a rousing welcome to His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba. Your Excellencies, Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, could we warmly welcome the President of Nigeria and current chairperson of ECOWAS, His Excellency Chief Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a rousing welcome for the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, Her Excellency Dr. Samia Suluhu Hassan. Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for the President of the Republic of Mauritius, His Excellency Mr. Prithviraj Singh Rupan. Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency Mr. Felix Tshisekedi. Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome, please, for the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Mr. Emerson Mnangagwa. Ha ke le utlwe go amogela baeng ba rona, kopa gore le ba amogele. A warm welcome for the President of the Republic of Angola, His Excellency, Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço. Another warm welcome for the President of the Republic of Mozambique, His Excellency, Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi. Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for the President of the Republic of Congo, His Excellency, Mr. Denis Sassou Nguesso. Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for the Head of State of the Kingdom of Lesotho, His Majesty King Letsie III, and the Queen. Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, another rousing welcome for the Head of State of Eswatini, His Majesty King Mswati III, and the Queen, the King Ingwenyama of the Kingdom of Eswatini.
Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we welcome Dr. Phumzile Mlambo-Ngcuka, our former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa. Malibongwe. Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause as we welcome Her Excellency Ms. Baleka Mbete, our former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, and her spouse. Wathinta bafazi. Distinguished guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause as we welcome His Excellency David Tabet Mabuza, our former Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa.
Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, could we warmly welcome the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, Her Excellency Major Retired Jessica Alupo. Malibongwe.
Excellencies, Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause as we welcome His Excellency Thabo Mvunyelwa Mbeki, our former President of the Republic of South Africa, and her spouse, Sizanele Mbeki. Excellencies, Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause as we welcome His Excellency Mr. Kgalema Motlanthe, former President of the Republic of South Africa, and his spouse. Excellencies, Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Deputy President Paul Sibokosho Mashadile and his spouse. Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the solemn ceremony will soon begin. We request you most humbly to ensure that your cell phones are switched off or are put on silent. We would like you to follow the ceremony and not disrupt the proceedings. We shall soon acknowledge, with your support, the arrival of the Honorable Chief Justice. So please join me in welcoming the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa, the Honorable Justice Raymond Zondo and Mrs. Zondo. Warm welcome, please.
Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the generals from the South African National Defence Force, led by General Ruzani Mapangwa, and the South African Police Services, led by General Fani Masemola, will now take their designated positions while we await the arrival of the President-elect and his spouse. Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I wish to welcome all our distinguished guests that were unable to join us earlier, most particularly the representative of the President of Zambia, as well as the House of Assembly of the Republic of Togo. We welcome all distinguished guests and representatives.
A warm round of applause as we welcome onto the podium His Excellency, the President-elect of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, and Dr. Motsepe. Mr. President-elect, distinguished guests, We now invite the Chaplain General to commence with the interfaith prayers, and we plead with everybody to please cooperate and join us in the interfaith prayers. Chaplain General, Brigadier General Thabo Musweu.
Your Excellency, President-elect, or Commander-in-Chief, good morning, sir. Allow me, as we start this interfaith service, to introduce the following religious leaders. Archbishop Thabo Makgoba, President of South African Council of Churches representing the Christians. Pundita Dr. Nuthan Maharaj, South African Hindu Mahasabha. Shaikh Riyad Fatah, the President of the Muslim Judicial Council. Chief Rabbi Dr. Warren Goldstein, representing South African Jewish Board of Deputies. Injoli, Dr. Nogzola Mdende, Ikamaku Institute, African Traditional Religion.
Let us pray. Triune God, you are the Alpha and the Omega. Thank you that through the death and resurrection of your only begotten Son, Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, you have overcome sin and death, evil, injustice and oppression, hatred, separation, and alienation. Thank you that you are a God of history and of hope, whose story of creation reminds us that you shatter darkness and call forth light. Thank you that you are a God of new dawns and everlasting possibilities. Bless this hour, this new dawn in our nation's history, with the abundant gifts of the Holy Spirit, so that the season before us will be a time for the realization of dreams, the harvesting of virtuous deeds, and the fulfillment of our hopes for our beloved country. We ask you with all our hearts that you will anoint Cyril Ramaphosa for the special service he is called as he leads us into uncharted territory. We pray that he and all those that he will gather around himself may know that they will lead through love, peace, and justice, and love being the greatest of all. May the needs of those on the margins of our society be at the heart of the engagement of the government of national unity. May the interests of power and politics take second place to those of peace, stability, and prosperity. For you live and reign, one God, world without end. And now we pray for our country. God bless South Africa, protect our children, transform our leaders, heal our communities, restore our dignity, and give us peace. Ka Jesu Kriste morena wa rona.
Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Om Yam Brahma Varunendra Rudra Marutaha Stunvanti Divyestave Vede Sangha Padakramopanishager Gayanti Yam Samagaha Dhyanavastita Tatkatena Manasa Pashyanti Yam Yogino Yashyantam Navidhu Sura Suragana Devaya Tasme Namaha. Om Swastina Indro Vridashavaha Swastina Puka Vishwavedaha Swastina Staraksho Aristanemihi Swastino Brihaspati Dadhatu. Om Asatoma Satkamaya Tamsoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Our Supreme Lord, Sri Krishna, Thou art the creator of the universe. Thou art the giver of life. Thou art the remover of all sorrows, the bestower of happiness. Thou art the sustainer and the destroyer. Thou art the ever merciful. We ask you, dear Lord, for your richest blessings as we pray for our President and his government. May you bless them with reason and fortitude to govern our beautiful country, South Africa, a country rich with people of all faiths, all cultures, and all beliefs. Dear Lord, bless the President and his government to govern the country in the best interests of the people. We ask you, Lord, to inspire them and guide them in the right direction. Om Sangachatvam Sanvadhatvam Sanvo Manasi Janatam Deva Bhagam Yatha Purve Sanjanana Upasate. On this historic milestone of our democracy, may we march forward with a common goal. May we be open-minded and work together in harmony. May we strive to remove disparity. May we share our thoughts for integrated wisdom. May we follow the examples of our ancestors who have achieved higher goals by virtue of being united. Let there always be peace in our beautiful land. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Ar-Rahmanir Rahim. Maliki Yawmiddin. Iyyaka na'budu wa iyyaka nasta'in. Ihdina as-siratal mustaqim. Siratal ladhina an'amta alayhim. غير المغضوب عليهم الضالين. In the name of Allah, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful, All praise is due to Allah, Lord of the worlds, the entirely merciful, the especially merciful, sovereign of the day of recompense. It is you we worship and you we ask for help. Guide us to the straight path, the path of those upon whom you have bestowed favor, not of those who have evoked your anger or of those who are astray. اللهم جنب وطننا الفتن ما ظهر منها وما بطن. اللهم يا خير حافظ، نسألك ربنا أن تحفظ وطننا الغالي من الفتن، وأن ترد عنه كيد الأعداء، وأن تجعل أهله آمنين في رحمتك يا رب العالمين. نسألك يا رب أن تحفظ هذا البلد من شر الفتن، وأن تجمع شمل شعبه، وأن تؤيدهم بنصر من عندك يا رب العالمين. O God Almighty, spare our country from temptations, whether apparent or hidden. O God, O Almighty, the best protector, we ask you, our Lord, to protect our precious homeland from temptations, to repel the plots of enemies from it, and to make its people safe in your mercy. O Lord of the worlds, we ask you, O Lord, to protect this country from the evil of temptations, to unite its people, and to support them with victory from you. لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها، لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت. ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا، ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملت على الذين من قبلنا، ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به، واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. God Almighty does not charge a soul except with that which is within its capacity. It will have the consequence of what good it has gained, and it will bear the consequence of what evil it has turned. Our Lord, do not impose blame upon us if we have forgotten or erred. Our Lord, lay not burden on us a burden like that which you laid upon those before us. Our Lord, and burden us not with that which we have no ability to bear. And pardon us, and forgive us, and have mercy upon us. You are our protector. O God Almighty, grant our country blessings and make it a place of justice and goodness. Make us a united and loving people. Our President, Mr. President, and the government of national unity, may God Almighty grant you guidance. May you lead our country based on human rights, dignity, justice, and equality for all of God's creation. O God Almighty, bless South Africa, our land.
On this momentous occasion, marking the peaceful transition of power from one election to another, ushering in a new era of a government of national unity, allow me to share with you the eternal words that God instructed Moses to tell the children of Israel when they were about to cross the Jordan River to enter the promised land more than 3,300 years ago, as recorded in the book of Deuteronomy. I call on heaven and earth to give testimony today that I have placed before you life and death, blessing and curse, and you shall choose life in order that you and your children may live, to love the Lord your God, to listen to his voice, and to cleave to him. For he is your life and the length of your days, to dwell upon the land that God has promised to your fathers, to Abraham, to Isaac, and to Jacob, to give to them. O Lord, bless this bold new endeavor of the government of national unity, to follow in your ways, to choose life as they administer state hospitals and medical services to heal our people, to choose life as they administer the security forces to protect our people, a decent, law-abiding, God-fearing nation of heroes, to choose blessing as they administer the schools of the nation to empower our children with the prospects of a life of abundance, to choose blessing as they seek to encourage investment, grow the economy, and create jobs, banishing the devastation of unemployment, to choose blessing as God promised to Abraham in the book of Genesis, I will bless those who bless you, and those who curse you will I curse. Inspire all the members of the government of national unity to live by the calling of great leadership described by the Talmud. I give you not power but service, and to lead by the highest of ideals that it calls for the sake of heaven, for a higher cause, for the greater good, to create a peaceful and prosperous South Africa. Lord, guide us all to fulfill our sacred role as your partners in creation, to help one another, to be kind and compassionate, to protect the vulnerable and uplift the poor, to empower every human being to fulfill their God-given potential, to prosper and realize their dreams. O Lord, bless South Africa and all her people, and indeed all of humanity, that we may all merit to see the fulfillment of your promise of the final redemption delivered by the prophet Isaiah when he said, in your name, for from Zion will teaching go forth, and the word of God from Jerusalem. And the nations shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation will not lift up sword against nation, and neither will they learn war anymore. And as it says in the book of Psalms, a song of ascents, when God will return the captives of Zion, we will be like dreamers. Then our mouth will be filled with laughter and our tongue with glad song. Allow me to conclude with the ancient priestly blessings that were recited every day in the temple in Jerusalem until it was destroyed, with the Western Wall the only remnant of its once glorious precincts, blessings that have been said in our synagogues ever since, as recorded in the book of Numbers. Yevarechecha Adonai v'yishmerecha. May the Lord bless you and keep you. May he shine his countenance towards you and be gracious to you. May he turn his countenance towards you, v'yasem lecha shalom, and grant you peace. May this be his will, and let us say Amen.
Master Makusheni, siyanqula kuqamata umudimu umvelinqangi umwali. Sinqula kananjalo nakumathamba lelukuthula amathamba amhlophe. Sisithi mabudede ubumnyama kuvele ukukhanya. Master Makusheni, siyacela sidomboza kuwe mdali, sisithi ngelithuba lale 7th administration uze uzifukame inkokheli zethu ube njengesikhukukazi emantshontshweni aso ukuqala kumongameli ubawo uMatamela Ramaphosa nakuzo zonke inkokheli ukuze uzenze zikhokele ngobulumko zikhuthaze ubuntu nenhlonipho phakathi kwabantu bakho uze uzivelele nasemathongweni uziyalele ukuba maze ziqale ngokubuyisa isidima selizwe lethu uze uzicebise kananjalo ukuba zingenza njani nakanene ukungxengxeza ukuze kwehle izinga lenhlekele esizibona sirhangqwe zizo umhla nezolo ubomi bomuntu omdalileyo qamata butshintshile buxakile kwezimini namhlanje zizandyondyo zemvula ezidala izikhukhula ezitshabalalisayo inkanyamba nenkqwithelo zibetha zibuyelela kulahleka imiphefumlo engenatyala konakele phina kanene siyangxengxeza zihlambulule inkokheli zethu ukuze zilawule ngobulumko nangenyani kuzobuyela inhlonipho kandalashe inhlonipho yokhokho bethu ndiyanqula ndiyathandaza xa ndisenje njalo namhlanje sixakwe zizigebenga ngapha nazo ziyakhuphisana ngokubulala ngokungenalo sini imiphefumlo yentsana namanina itshabalala mihla lena ziphe ubulumko inkokheli zethu uzibonise ukuba siwavale njani na amazibuko ngokusindisa intsana zethu nekamva lobuzwe bethu nqanda qamata sukumisa izazela zababulali ubakhumbuze ukuba igazi lomntu liyathetha siyanqula siyathandaza xa sisenje njalo uze uzikhokhele inkokheli zethu ukuze zenze imithetho eyakha umanyano inhlonipho noxolo sisithi makube Khosi kube hele Tamagwini.
In the book of 1 Kings, chapter 3, 7 to 8, Solomon says, "Now, O Lord my God, you have made me king instead of my father David. I'm like a little child who does not know his way around. And here I am in the midst of your chosen people, a nation so great, so numerous, they cannot be counted. Give me, Lord, an understanding heart so that I can govern your people well and know the difference between right and wrong. For who by himself is able to govern this great people of yours?" President-elect, like Solomon, we are saying to you today, seek God's wisdom. As this nation awaits your leadership, it is only God alone, who will be able to guide you in the right way. And he says, I can only know the right and wrong when I depend on you. Depend on your God, and he will guide your path. And so, President-elect and the people of South Africa, may the peace of God, which passes all understanding, keep your hearts and minds in the knowledge and love of God and of his Son, Jesus Christ. The blessing of God Almighty, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit be with all of us now and forevermore. Amen.
Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we thank Brigadier General Thabo Mosueo and all the leaders who have led the interfaith prayers. It is now my honor to invite the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa to administer the oath of office of the President. Honorable Chief Justice.
I should read it. You stand.
Mr. President, do you confirm that you are familiar with the prescribed oath?
Yes, I am familiar with the prescribed oath.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
I have no objection in taking the prescribed oath.
Will you consider the oath binding on your conscience once taken?
Yes, I consider the oath binding on my conscience once taken.
Yes. Please then, Mr. President, read the oath aloud, and when you come to the end of the oath, raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
In the presence of everyone assembled here, and in full realization of the high calling I assume as President of the Republic of South Africa, I, Matamela Cyril Ramaphosa, swear that I will be faithful to the Republic of South Africa and will obey, observe, uphold, and maintain the Constitution and all other law of the Republic. And I solemnly and sincerely promise that I will always promote all that will advance the Republic and oppose all that may harm it. Protect and promote the rights of all South Africans, discharge my duties with all my strength and talents to the best of my knowledge and ability, and true to the dictates of my conscience. Do justice to all and devote myself to the well-being of the Republic and all its people. So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief Justice.
Your Majesties, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect has been duly sworn in. The President of the Republic of South Africa.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's so nice. We're waiting for the call. She has disappeared. Let's move. Let's move. She's not there. I think we should move. Yeah. So, should I announce the anthem or will you? You announce the anthem. We have to. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Chief of the South African National Defence Force, General Ruzani Maphanya, PS, SM, MMM, MMB, a hearty word of welcome to this military inauguration ceremony for the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. The following military protocol is brought to your attention. During the playing of the national anthem, all spectators are required to stand. Members in uniform are required to salute, and civilian male spectators are required to remove their headdress. On completion of the national anthem, you may take your seats. This will be followed by the keynote address by the President of the Republic of South Africa. On completion of the address, the mass fly past will commence. Commentary will be provided during the mass fly past, and on completion of the fly past, the final compliment will then be awarded to the President of the Republic of South Africa. Thank you.
Afrika Dzonga yi fambe gondzo ro leha ku ya eka ntshunxeko. Gondzo lera ri talele hi misasani na swigodo swa mondzo. Kambe varhangeri va hina va vurhena ni ntiyiso va fika va hlahla, va hlakula, va khurhela. Hikokwalaho namuntlha hi tiba swifuva hi tlangela 30 wa malembe ya ntshunxeko, 30 wa malembe ya xidemokirasi, 30 wa malembe yo kondletela vun'we eka rixaka reru. Yes, we celebrate 30 years of unbroken spirits, 30 years of bravery and hope, 30 years of resilience in the face of adversity, 30 years of forging forward, 30 years of embracing the light while dancing in the shadows of the past, 30 years of wounded scars but healing from social divisions and economic injustice, 30 years of collaborations, 30 years of partnerships and growth, 30 years of great excellence. Namuntlha hi hlanganile eka yindlukulu ya Afrika-Dzonga ku ta veka ximfumo murhangeri wa Afrika-Dzonga, my President, President Cyril Ramaphosa. Ndzi ri halala eka wena nhenha ya tinhenha, ku vangama ka wena ka hlamarisa, u vangama ku kota xirimela, u vangama bya miseve ya dyambu, vangama u vangamela Afrika. Afrika-Dzonga. Ndzi ri halala eka wena nhenha ya tinhenha, wena mukhomi wa nanga mubiwa xinari ndlozi ra madzolonga ri pfuluka, wena murhangeri wa vurhena ni ntiyiso, makomba ndlela leyinene, masusa ndlala, wa ndleka vusiku ni nhlekani, ndzi ri ndlandlamuka hi laha ku nga heriki, ku laha u ringana na ndlopfu. Halala presidente, halala! Halala presidente, halala! Gondzo leri u ri fambeke a ri vanga ro olova, u lalukile mahlaluko, u lwile ni swihendli ni swikokovi, kambe u yima u ku dziri bya ntshava ya mayima yo xema rhwala golidi yi dzenengela, u lota mabanga ya miehleketo ya kariha byo tlhela wa fezi. Hi rhangele wena president, voningela tiko ra wena u hi nyika ntshembo eka vantshwa. Loko a ri mina ntombi ya mutsonga n'waxambulama ku twa madyafu la ri la tsundzuka n'wana hi ku heta, ndzi ku tlhavela ntsolo ehansi, ndzi ba mandla ndzi vuyelela, ndzi ku ndza ku losa. Halala presidente, halala! Teka Afrika-Dzonga u yi veka emanembenembeni. Afrika-Dzonga, South Africa, South Africa, Afrika Burwa, Afrika Chipembe, iningizimu Africa, the birthplace of human cultures, cultures of Banaba Malo Wasibilo, cultures of humble people, cultures of resilient warriors, abantu basezulwini, amabutoga Zulu, cultures of strong people, bavenda babhika na ive, ibila bibaba venda basare. Oh, cultures of banabantari etu. Amilosa president, hirangeleni, xikwembu xi mi endla hi tintswalo. Halala Cyril Ramaphosa, halala! Kula president, kula! Ndlandlamuka president, ndlandlamuka!
Is the anthem after or before? It's at the same time. Yeah.
Okay, so you're done with the time of the target.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the playing of the national anthem. All members in uniform are required to salute, and civilian male spectators are required to remove their headdress.
How many minutes? 2.5 minutes, okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated.
Excellencies, Majesties, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and privilege to invite the President of the Republic of South Africa to address us. Mr. President, Makgofi ba gaetsho, emellang ba gaetsho,
Thank you. Let us be seated, please. Program directors, Your Majesties, our kings and queens, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, former President Thabo Mbeki and Mrs. Mbeki, former President Kgalema Motlanthe and Mrs. Motlanthe, former Deputy President David Mabuza, former Deputy President Baleka Mbete, former President Phumzile Mlambo Ngcuka, all former heads of state and government assembled here, distinguished representatives of representative countries and all international organizations, the Speaker and Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, the Chairperson and Deputy Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, the Chief Justice of the Republic of South Africa, and members of the judiciary, premiers, MECs, and mayors, members of parliament, leaders of political parties, religious and traditional leaders, ambassadors, and high commissioners, veterans of our struggle, distinguished guests, members of the military command, General Ruzani Maphwanya, General Fani Masemola, the Commissioner of Police, fellow South Africans. Today we gather under the vast, high-felled, slightly hot sky at the seat of our government, the Union Buildings, to witness before all South Africans, accompanied by our honored guests, heads of state and government from various parts of our continent and from far afield from a number of countries, to observe a fundamental right of our democracy. In our brilliant diversity as South Africans, we gather to affirm our solemn conviction that this country belongs to all who live in it, as articulated in the Freedom Charter almost 70 years ago. We gather here as the people born of the same soil across our 9 provinces that make up our unitary South Africa, determined that by our deeds we shall heal the divisions of our past and overcome the ongoing inequalities and hardships of the present. We declare to all to know that neither discord nor dissent shall cause us to cast aside that which calls us to build a united, free, just, equal, and prosperous nation. On this day, we assert by solemn oath the will of the people of this country. We affirm our unwavering fidelity to the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, which is based on the enduring vision that sets out the values inscribed in the Freedom Charter. As the leadership of this diverse nation, we have a sacred duty to unite the people of South Africa. We affirm that history has placed on our shoulders the responsibility to transform our country into a non-racial and non-sexist and prosperous society. We affirm our determination to build a more equal and caring society. Yes, we do affirm our resolute quest to build a growing and inclusive economy that creates jobs, offers opportunities and livelihoods to all our people. We rededicate ourselves to the task of democratic renewal and social and economic transformation so that no one feels and is left behind. And so, as we enter another era in the life of our nation, the resilience of our democracy has once more been tested, and the people have spoken loudly that they choose peace and democracy over conflict, violence, undemocratic and unconstitutional methods. In their multitudes, in their voices that are many and diverse, the people of South Africa have voted and have made known their wishes, their concerns, and their aspirations. We accept and respect the results of the elections, and once again we say, yes, the people of South Africa have spoken, and we accept. Their will shall be done without any doubt or any question. The voters of South Africa did not give any single political party the full mandate to govern our country alone. They have directed us to work together to address their plight and realize their aspirations. They have expressed their appreciation of the progress in many areas of their lives over the past 30 years of democracy. They have also been unequivocal in expressing their disappointment and disapproval of our performance in some of the areas in which we have failed them. They want a transformed, growing, and inclusive economy that creates jobs for millions of job seekers and offer business opportunities to entrepreneurs in our nation, women, men, young and old. The people have been clear about what they want. They want a South Africa in which all may find shelter in our democratic constitution and may find protection in our courts. They have described a country in which all may rise above the circumstances of their birth, nurtured by loving families, aided by a caring state, and empowered by initiative, will, and hard work. Through their votes, they have made clear that they want the basic necessities of a life that is comfortable, happy, healthy, and secure. Through their votes, they asserted that they want enough food to eat, water that is clean, affordable electricity that is available at all times. They want decent homes that keep out the wind, the rain, and the cold. They want well-maintained roads and street lights that work. The people of South Africa have asked no more than to be properly cared for when they are sick. They want the young people of our country to be taught well, for the elderly to be cared for, and for those without work to work. The people of South Africa have spoken about the land they want to farm, about the businesses they want to run, about the things and products they want to make, about the skills they want to learn. They have spoken of their desire to be safe in their homes, on the streets, in their cities, in their villages, and on their farms. The people have demanded an end to the theft of public funds and the capture of the state. Above all, the people of South Africa have stressed that they are impatient with political bickering and the endless blame game amongst politicians and political parties. They want us to put their needs and aspirations first, and they want us to work together for the sake of our country. Today, I stand before you as your humble servant to say that we have heard you. As the President of the Republic of South Africa, I will work with everyone to reach out and work with every political party and sector that is willing to contribute to finding solutions to the challenges our country faces as we transition to a new decade of freedom. 30 years have passed since we turned our back on racial tyranny and embraced an open and democratic society. We've made great strides in building a new society that is founded on strong democratic institutions and universal freedoms. We have built a transformed public service, an independent judiciary, a competitive electoral system, a sophisticated economy, a vibrant and free media, and a robust civil society. And yet, despite this progress, our society remains deeply unequal and highly polarized. There are toxic cleavages of an incipient social fragmentation that can only turn into instability. The lines drawn by our history and our past between black and white, between men and women, between suburbs and townships, between urban and rural, between the wealthy and the poor, remain still deeply etched in our landscape. In places, these lines may have faded, but they have not disappeared. We are citizens of one country, and yet we occupy different worlds, separated by high walls and great distances. We are divided between those who have jobs and those who do not work, between those who have the means to build and enjoy a comfortable life and those who do not. And so today, my fellow South Africans, is no ordinary day. It is a moment of fundamental consequence in the life of our nation. It is a moment when we must choose to either move forward together or risk losing all we have built. In this moment, we must choose to move forward, to close the distances between South Africans and to build a more equal society, to translate the promise of our Constitution and the vision of the Freedom Charter into a reality for all. This moment requires extraordinary courage and leadership. It requires a common mission to safeguard national unity, peace, stability, inclusive economic growth, non-racialism, and non-sexism. Through the ballots that they have cast, the people of South Africa have made plain their expectation that the leaders of our country should work together. They have directed their representatives to put aside animosity and dissent, to abandon narrow interests, and to pursue together only that which benefits the nation. As leaders, as political parties, we are called upon to work in partnership towards a growing economy, better jobs, safer communities, and a government that works for all the people of South Africa. From across the political spectrum, parties have answered this call, understanding that no party can govern alone and make laws alone. These parties have agreed to work in partnership to employ their talents for the good of the country and the progress of the people of South Africa. Together, they have resolved to establish a government of national unity to pursue a common program of fundamental and lasting change. The formation of a government of national unity is a moment of profound significance. It is the beginning of a new era. As the leaders of this country came together in a government of national unity 30 years ago to forge a common future and build a united nation, the parties in the government of national unity of today have agreed to work together to address the most pressing challenges before our nation. The parties have adopted a statement of intent in which they have committed to pursue rapid, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth, to create more of a just society by tackling poverty, to safeguard the rights of workers, to stabilize government and build state capacity. The parties have made a commitment to invest in South Africa's people through quality education and health care, to address crime and corruption together, to strengthen social cohesion and build a united nation together, and to pursue a foreign policy based on human rights, solidarity, and peace. As South Africans, we must each do what we can to achieve this mission, wherever we are, whether we are in business, in labor, in civil society. This moment calls on all of us to work together and join hands. We will seek, as we move forward, to consolidate this working together through convening a national dialogue which should bring all South Africans through their various formations together so that we can chart a way forward to forge a social compact to realize the aspirations of our national development plan. As individuals, as families, as communities, and in our many formations, let us draw on our every strength to turn our dream for a better South Africa into reality. Even as we are united in our diversity, we are a people of deep and abiding faith. We pray for our nation, as our religious leaders just did, for our spirits to be lifted, for our fortunes to be restored. We owe this noble mission our courage. We must be brave and we must be bold. This is a new tide that heralds progress, transformation, and deep fundamental change. We look to this rising tide with optimism and hope. We must reject every attempt to divide or distract us, to sow doubt and cynicism, or to turn us against one another. Those who seek to stand in our way, those who seek to inflame tensions in our country, will not succeed because South Africans are resolute. Those who seek to undermine our institutions will fail because democracy lives in the hearts of all our people and shall never be dislodged. Nothing will distract us from serving the people and advancing their interests. Now is the time to move forward. Together, we will and we can do more and better as South Africans. Now is the time to assemble all our capabilities and to direct all our energies to answer the call of the people of South Africa. We dare not linger. We dare not rest until we have created jobs for those who need them, until there is enough food on every table, until every person in every town, city, village, or farm receives the basic services they need for a decent life. We dare not rest until the women of South Africa are free from the social and cultural and economic constraints that hold back their progress. We cannot rest until the young people of our country get jobs and can see progress in their own lives. We cannot rest until criminals are off our streets and the drugs are out of our communities. Until men no longer perpetrate violence against women and children. Until those who steal from the people are held accountable. We dare not rest while our communities are ravaged by flood, fire, and drought. Together, we will confront the threat of a rapidly warming planet. We will accept our responsibility to respond to climate change in a manner that is ambitious, just, and inclusive. We do this for the sake of this generation and those that will follow. We will build a government that is capable and honest. Together we will work to promote multilateralism for a fairer and more just and more equal, compassionate world, founded on solidarity and universal human rights. We will join hands with our brothers and sisters across our beloved region here in SADC, our beloved continent of Africa, to find peace, to achieve stability, to advance development through the African Continental Free Trade Area, through the construction of roads, rail lines, factories, and power stations. Africa will embark on a new age of production and commerce. Today, I make a solemn commitment to be a president for all South Africans, not of some South Africans. To defend our Constitution and to protect our democracy. To work with all those who share the dream of a better life for all. To care for the poor, the vulnerable, and to support all those who are in need. And to make our country stronger, more resilient, more equal, and more united. This is the dream that the poet Sandile Dikeni describes in his work called Love Poem for My Country. My country is for health and wealth, he says. See the blue of the sky, and beneath the jewels of fish, deep under the bowels of soil. Hear the golden voice of a miner's praise for my country. My country is for unity. Feel the millions. See their passion. Their hands are joined together, and there is hope in their eyes. On this day, our hands are joined together. We are united as South Africans. We are full of hope. Let us carry this hope to permeate throughout our nation so that everyone can join hands to build the South Africa of our dreams. God bless South Africa and protect its people. Nkosi sikelela iAfrika, Morena buluka sichaba sa Yesu, God sien South Africa, Modzemu patuchedza Afrika Chipembe. Osi katekisa Afrika. Chief Justice, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for addressing us. Once more, let us welcome our President and his address with another round of applause. Mr. President, I now invite you to observe the mass fly past.
Mr. President, may I continue? Our President, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Under the command, direction and auspices of the Chief of the South African Air Force, Lieutenant General Wiseman S. Mbambo, MMPSCJ, myself, Lieutenant Colonel Andre Vollenhoven, will be your fly past and air display commentator in honor of the Presidential Inauguration 2024. The complement of aircraft of the South African Air Force will form part of the flypast, and air display is represented by various squadrons around the country, serving within the borders of the South African Air Force, contained by various bases strategically located around the Republic of South Africa. These airmen and women of various ethnic backgrounds, gender, and cultures will showcase their flying skills under surveilling strength of the South African Air Force motto, "Free the Eagle." The appointed Air Force senior officer in charge of today's flypast and air display is Colonel Advocate Andrew Sechone, also known as Trumpy. The ground liaison officer responsible for the safety of the flypast and air display is Lieutenant Colonel Ronnie Mashau, assisted by the assisting GLO Major Ditau Mahano. The flypast air display heralds the inauguration of the President of the Republic of South Africa, His Excellency Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, against the beautiful backdrop of 30 years of democracy of the Rainbow Nation. Furthermore, this great democratic achievement is echoed in the South African Air Force, bringing surely the parade to the open blue skies. It is the mandate of the South African Air Force as an arm of service within the South African National Defence Force to protect the Republic from air assaults or make it impossible for any opposing air force to provide attacking ground forces with air support, thereby establishing air superiority, maintaining the sovereignty of the Republic of South Africa. The South African Air Force positions itself to project effective air and space power through innovation in the theatre of operations, internal as well as external to the nation it serves. It is for these reasons, as I speak, there are committed aircraft tasks in executing combat air patrols at this very moment around the designated airspace around the Union buildings, ensuring that today's official celebration proceedings succeed without disturbance or interference. In support of these combat air patrols, it is tactical mobile radars being deployed, whose very purpose is to search, locate, and pinpoint aerial threats of any nature in order of our combat aircraft to intercept and force down. Ladies and gentlemen, let us ready ourselves for a spectacular display of air power excellence by the South African Air Force, as we will now continue with our mass flypast program. The second phase of flight will now commence. The flypast of all aircraft will approach from the south directly in your line of vision, just above the Telkom Tower. Inbound, the South African Air Force will so cast 8 formations flights as part of today's celebrations, which allow me to briefly introduce you in the order of flight, as you can hear before you see them. First in line will the helicopter diamond formation, executed by 4 light utility helicopters, which is 2 Augusta A109s in the lead and the rear, respectively, and the 2 Kawasaki BK117s. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the Augusta A109 in the rear and in the lead, and the 2 BK117s. We anticipate now, second in line, another helicopter diamond formation, this time consisting of 1 Rooi Valk combat support helicopter in the lead, 2 Oryx medium utility helicopters on the wings left and right, and 1 Superlynx 300 Mark 64 maritime helicopter in the rear. That first roar in the skies that you hear is the beautiful sound of the Rooivalk combat support helicopter in the lead, flown by Lieutenant Colonel Mutlahane, supported by 2 Oryx medium utility helicopters on the wings left and right, and in the middle, and Super Lynx 300 M64 maritime helicopter aircraft. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the Rooivalk, the BK-117, and the Super Lynx maritime patrol aircraft. Next, as part of this mass fly-past inauguration in honor of our President, the CASA call sign Charlie 212 formation is on the approach, consisting of 1 times CASA 212 Aviocar, an aircraft that was inherited by the former TBVC states, Transkei, Bophuthatswana, Venda, and Ciskei, along with the Kawasaki BK-117 that we have witnessed in Heli Formation 1, and also form part of the national flag fly-past, the 3rd helicopter last. This Charlie 212 formation will be the lead aircrafter, and the pilot, Aircraft Commander Major Humpo Matebe, call sign Boss, will be accompanied and assisting him by the co-pilot, Major Mandisa Mfeka. And of course, by the name, she is a female. With a beautiful call sign of Comet, a name profound in the South African Air Force that we are proud of because she's legend in the fact that she was the first black woman fighter pilot at 85 Combat Flying School and 2 Squadron, respectively, in the Limpopo province. As part of this 212 CASA formation that we await, will be the CASA, will be 5 Pilatus PC-7 Mark II basic flying training aircraft. As we know, in the South African Air Force, basic flying training starts with every pilot, and these Pilatus PC-7 Mark IIs are operated by Air Force Base Langebaanweg on the west coast of Cape Town, north of Cape Town rather. That is where all military basic flying starts for all pilots. This Pilatus MC Mark II will follow straight on the heels of the lead aircraft, the CASA 212. The aircraft commander is Major Angus Maleka, call sign Rocky. And his co-pilot is 2nd Lieutenant S.E., wait for it, Malopa. For those who know her, she's also a female pilot on the Pilatus PC-7 Mark II. Pilatus number 3 in the formation will be commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Palatse and his co-pilot, 2nd Lieutenant J.G. Venter. The Pilatus PC Mark II, number 3, will be Lieutenant Molokoma and Major Chochechi. In the rear, Pilatus 4 will be commanded by Major M.A. Grobelaar and his co-pilot, 2nd Lieutenant P.B. Vuma. The aircraft commander for Pilatus number 5 in the formation, in the rear right of the lead aircraft, is Major Marule, co-pilot, 2nd Lieutenant M.E. Lebelo. Ladies and gentlemen, CASA formation. As you notice, smoke is released through the exhaust of the aircraft to add a little bit of a flair to the air display. Ladies and gentlemen, the next in the formation is the Inkwazi. For those who don't know, that's not local, it's Zulu for fish eagle. This formation is also known as the Josen formation, and inbound on this approach will consist of the Inkwazi, also commonly known as the BBJ, the business Boeing jet. This is the official transportation aircraft for the President of the Republic of South Africa. Accompanied will be a Falcon 50 on the left, a Falcon 50 on the right, and a Falcon 900 in the rear. This is a first for the South African Air Force to have 21 squadrons, VVIP squadron, in formation. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the formidable, the profound 21 squadron that transports number 1, President of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. Whilst we await the arrival of the Top Gun, which will be very quick, as you can imagine, something of note is that earlier this year, President Cyril Ramaphosa received 2,000 flying hours in the BBJ since his first presidential inauguration in 2019, for which he has received a good gold commemoration certificate from 21 Squadron. The next in line as part of our mass fly past is the Top Gun of the South African Air Force, the Gripen and the Hawk formation. This formation consists of 2 Gripens advanced in the lead and in the rear, and the rest is the wings. The lead Gripen was flown by Lieutenant Joseph Mashaba, the officer of 2 Squadron. And in Hawk number 3, Captain Charlene Buitenhuis, female pilot. Following is another roaring giant of the skies, the South African Airways Airbus A330 passenger airliner. The A330 is flown by ex-South African Air Force pilot, Captain A.T.D. Williamson. Captain Williamson has accumulated over 15,000 flying hours on the A320 and the A330, respectively. As part of the crew is Captain K. Ramakola, a female commander and captain of the South African Airways, and First Officer N. Maloko, also a female captain and airline commander. Ladies and gentlemen, things have been going quite quickly, but prepare yourself for what is to come, what we would like to call a duet, an aerial dance. And this next air display, for your enjoyment, is the penultimate air display, which will be in the form of the duet, as I explained, the aerial waltz, between 2 Kawasaki BK-117s, also aircraft that we inherited from the ex-TBVC states. They are both light utility helicopters, and it promises to be a nail-biting display. Ladies and gentlemen, as you look straight ahead to left and right of the Telkom Tower in your 12 o'clock, in the President's 6 o'clock, the 2 BK-117s in the lead, Major Oberholzer, call sign Serrano, Major B4E, call sign Beetle, number 2, Lieutenant Colonel Olivier, call sign Gizmo, and Flight Sergeant Maklawane. As they approach, they will fly what is known at the moment as a dual wing over, beautifully executed with precision. Steep turn to the left and right with a downward pitch. As they prepare themselves and reposition for the next aerial maneuver, which is known as Humpty on the center. By the word Humpty, we can all think for ourselves to the little rhyme, Humpty Dumpty sat on the wall. And that's exactly what these two BK117s will perform as they approach towards your line of view. Humpty Dumpty on the center. And the beautiful BK117s in the dive. The BK117 is a multi-role, multifunctional platform. Some of its roles and functions are trooping, airborne command and control, search and rescue operations, both on land, sea, and mountain rescue, VIP transportation, and of course, aerial displays, as you have witnessing. BKs approaching one another. A steep torque turn to the left and right. What a beautiful display of the BK117 with precision of the expert flying skills of these pilots. The BK117 is formidable not only internal but external to the Republic of South Africa. Includes assistance in flood relief, humanitarian aid, and border security. Combined police operations in crime prevention operations. Cooperation with National Sea Rescue Institutes and also assisting in mountain rescue. Call-outs as they are also affiliated with the Mountain Rescue Clubs of South Africa. They are operated by Air Force Station Port Elizabeth in Gqeberha, 15th Squadron Charlie Flight. The BK117, as part of their aerial waltz, are now positioned for the nail-biting aerial maneuver. I will not spoil it for you. You will witness it for yourself. Inbound towards the crowd. Confirm they in your line of sight. Wait for it. Wait for it. There we go! That is aerial flying tactics at its best, and we give a thanks to the BK117 commanders for what that maneuver was known as the switchblade maneuver. Our President Cyril Ramaphosa, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, as the grand finale to our mass air display this morning on this beautiful day, to conclude the flypast proceedings for this presidential inauguration, the 5 Pilatus PC Mark II basic flying training aircraft that followed the Casa 212 are inbound. The maneuver executed by the PC Mark IIs is known as the fan brake. Make sense? Beautiful. Fun fact, obviously previously smoke was also released, and this time with the different colors. Fun fact, it's a combination of dye and diesel oil that is pushed out through the exhaust of the engines. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, our President, let us put our hands together finally and give a big winter warm applause to the formidable might and air power excellence of the South African Air Force. Thank you for your participation and attentiveness. I trust you have thoroughly enjoyed the air power display, and this now concludes the South African Air Force's flying and capability demonstrations in honor of the Presidential Inauguration 2024. I thank you.
Your Majesties, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is our pleasure to thank you all for joining us from all over South Africa, our continent, and the globe to witness the inauguration of His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa. You have made this a memorable day and a historic milestone in the continuing development of our democracy. We sincerely, together with my co-director, thank you for navigating us through this occasion. May we kindly request that we rise as His Excellency, the President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Ramaphosa, and Dr. Motsepe take leave. The final compliments will be presented here, and I would then invite my counterpart, Minister Pando, to proceed with that portion of the program.
Thank you very much, Co-Program Director, DSG Mokonyane. The President will now receive the final compliments before we have the formal departure. Mr. President, I unfortunately ask you to pause your greetings and to return to your seat in order to receive the final compliments, which will include the national anthem. I request all our guests to remain standing for the final compliments. invite you to please be seated. And now my co-program director will allow the President to depart.
Mr. President and Dr. Motsepe, you are now free to greet your guests. Halala Ramaphosa, halala. Halala Ramaphosa, halala. Ripilele Ramaphosa, ripilele. Ripilele Ramaphosa, ripilele. Molo, molo, molo. Dear, 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 dear.
They told us when he's greeting, the orchestra must just play.
Should we? You don't like this orchestra?
No, the orchestra was supposed to play. Yes, now. Zanzi, listen, Zanzi National Philharmonic.
Okay. I now invite the Mzansi National Philharmonic Orchestra to render us an item as the President take leave. Honorable members of parliament, please get seated. Honorable members of parliament, Uti Manamela, please take your seat. The mayor of Cape Town, please take your seat. The national chair of the ANC, please take your seat. May we please be seated. The only person who's permitted to leave is the president.
Hear the children, they are talking to you. Hear the wind blow, it's blowing for you. See the grass grow, it whispers his name. Hear the fire blow, his heart is the flame. Mayet, ingosi, oh Mayet, ingosi, Mayet.
Eyewitness News Special. We are coming to you live from the Union Buildings, where a few minutes ago, President Cyril Ramaphosa was sworn into office, his third time around, of course, being officially his second term in office. Speaking there, he just addressed the audience here. He is making his way down to the South Lawns. What you're hearing in the background is one of the program directors, I think, Dr. Nelly Pando is speaking about transport. So there's a lot of movement where some people are leaving this area while others are making their way to the South Lawns. The president will go and address members of the public who've gathered downstairs who are watching the inauguration, who, if I understand correctly, will get some entertainment a little bit later on. The president speaking there, and I think my biggest question is, did he actually meet the moment where he needed to meet it? Earlier, a lot of people said he needed to reflect on where we are as a country, to be honest about what needs to happen. I think he sought to do that, speaking about what the people want. The will of the people really was at the core of his speech, how we got here, but also trying to shape the way forward, saying towards the end there that he will endeavor to be everybody's president, not just one for some. We are trying to dissect what all of this means. I'm joined at the moment by UJ's, Professor Dr. I'm sorry about that for 2 seconds. Welcome to Eyewitness News. Thank you so much for your time. The people have spoken. He said that multiple times, and that they have been heard, that their disappointment has been expressed, and they take it. Speaking that, I think one of the things that stood out for me in the speech was speaking about how in this moment we must choose to move forward, speaking quite boldly about what needs to happen going forward. Your thoughts about whether or not he met the moment, because that was the expectation.
I think he has. You know, the core of the message that I got from him was that he was trying to sell the government of national unity. He was trying to explain how we got here, why we are now here, and what is expected of this government of national unity. And I think he did that very eloquently. Also, I think the message that came clearly through is that we are doing this together. We might be different parties, we might be of different persuasions, but this is a moment in our country's history where we must do this together. And I think he was trying to push that message through all the time.
But Prof, is it a possibility though that the message sells when you look around the background and you listen to the voices outside of the amphitheater here at the Union Buildings, is this is not a GNU. It certainly isn't what it was in 1994. It's not it's not empowered in a similar manner. But most importantly, it's not all the parties. It's not an ANC that has the luxury to decide, oh, you can come with it. It's an ANC that desperately needs to get this right in order to stay in power as well. So people are saying, yeah, but it's one for some and not a GNU for all. How do we make sense of what he's saying here versus the criticism that actually this is not correct? In the speech, he did say he'll endeavor to work with every party, but we know that as it stands, there's some that are outside and have opted to remain outside.
Look, I mean, the truth of the matter is two messages that the ANC and this government now is trying to put forward to the people is, one, we invited everyone in. So some chose not to be in. And secondly, now that there are some that are in, we are going to try and make it work. And the truth is that, yes, the official opposition is part of the GNU, the Democratic Alliance, but we cannot just discard the fact that there are other parties, the IFP, the PA, GOOD, the PAC, etc. It's not a government of national unity like we had in 1994. I think the phrase, it's just a phrase that's being used. What we have is a coalition government at a national level, and there's a multi-party coalition. And I think that is really what we are dealing with. GNU is just a fancy term, phrase that we are throwing around. But you are right.
For the nostalgia, because we love to be nostalgic. It also is different, right? So in 94, I'm pretty sure the tectonic plates shifted. We are seeing a shift now where we don't have one party that enjoys majority at this point in time. And one of the questions I have is that back and forth around pushing us towards nostalgia. Is that not possibly not even a sideshow, a distraction, and an unnecessary one, if we are to be realistic? If the things that the president spoke about today are to happen, to deal with crime, unemployment, and to say, to give South Africans safe homes, as he said, that's what they want. To get there, surely there must be an expectation that we actually stop playing around and being gimmicky and trying to seek a moment that was glorified, which was the 94 breakthrough.
Look, I mean, I think you're right. There are obviously real things that must happen now with this government. And indeed, the litmus test is going to go forward to 2026, 2029. But the reality is we also need to take stock and show a measure of stability that this has happened before. There has been tectonic shifts before. This is not something that is going to derail us. And so the president also in his speech makes the point that we are a resilient people. We as South Africans are going to get over this. You know, now that there is no outright majority party in government, it doesn't mean that government is not going to function.
And he made it a point to speak about those who are trying to throw us off whatever trajectory it is that we're trying to, whatever project this is that they're trying to build. He made it a point to put those in there. Obviously, they will not be named, but there are political parties that are refusing to participate. Not only that, but have made threats in the lead up to the elections and even post-elections of instability. And in a way, he's addressed those who are trying to destabilize the country.
The president is saying that there are rules. You function within those rules. If you have issues with elections, there's an electoral court, there's the court system. If you have issues with questioning things of parliament, there is the legislative arm of government and so on. So if you operate within the rules, that's fine. Our democracy allows that. But if you want to move outside of those parameters, I think the message from the president is very clear and very stern. We will deal with you.
Professor, I want to go back to the issue of that multi-party coalition that you spoke of, because what we are watching in the media is the strong arming or back and forth between the ANC and the DA. These are the two biggest political parties in the country. What happens in that instance? Where does pragmatism become the main issue, or at least the leading voice and leading guidance in those conversations, where you don't have a Helen Zille and a Fikile Mbalula going off at each other about what does sufficient consensus actually mean outside of the negotiation table, outside of the agreements?
Look, what comes with coalitions is also posturing. And unfortunately, the fourth estate is going to have to get used to it.
Oh, we're getting a lot of that, yeah.
Yes, so people are clear that what we perceive, what we hear, that's what people are seeing. And so I think Helen Zille was playing a little bit to the audience, playing to the crowd by wanting to challenge the Secretary General of the ANC. And in his defense, he didn't immediately respond and jump at it. And I think we're going to see a lot of that posturing happening to try and make sure that we bring people into the government. In precisely to your point, to make sure that everyday, day-to-day running of the government actually functions.
They need to come up with an executive, a cabinet, when they move away from this. What kind of considerations should be made? From my intel, I know some people in the DA who are leaving particular positions. Some have been pondering whether or not it's the right thing to do. What should happen? And before I even speak about the risk to each party, what should happen with what they put before the country?
I think it's irrelevant. This speculation about who gets what is irrelevant. What we need to say is that whatever portfolio you are given, you are going to be held accountable for it. It was for too long we were able to only blame one party for the dysfunction of government. Now DA, RISE and others are going to have to take responsibility for the portfolios they hold, and people are going to hold them accountable. And I think that's good for democracy.
All right, thank you so much. That's Professor Alex van Heerden from the University of Johannesburg, sharing his thoughts there about the moment that we are, where President Cyril Ramaphosa just addressed the nation shortly, addressed this particular event where he was inaugurated, coming into his second term of office. But as I was saying, he's the only president who's been sworn in 3 times, because I always refer to the 2018 period where he finished off from a President Jacob Zuma's term of office. I am speaking now to Rise Mzansi leader Songezo Zibi. Songezo, good afternoon. Welcome to Eyewitness News. It's always a little bit weird with you because you're on the other side. You just experienced Parliament from the other side the other day. Today, you listened to the president's speech, I imagine, from a different perspective as now a politician yourself.
Yes, and I thought the president did exactly what presidents in a democracy are supposed to do, because elections can be very divisive. People get into their lagers, there's lots of rhetoric, there's a lot of heat in an election. And the democratic tradition is that once an election is over, we all come together. Even if we stay within our ideological and political party corners, we have to place the interests of the people at the front and center of everything we do. And I thought the president deliver that message really well today. The second thing I would say, second and last thing, is that these traditions are really important. The election is important. The declaration of the results is important. The election of a speaker, deputy speaker, and president are really important. The inauguration of a president in public, in this way, in front of the whole world, is important, and we need to preserve and entrench these democratic traditions so that they may endure for a very long time.
You speak about how this is important. You speak about how the president struck the right note. But one of the most interesting things that's happened in the past is you could listen to really great speeches. He had a poem earlier on, and I kind of rolled my eyes and laughed a little, thinking about his Tumamina moment, because that's kind of who he's become. He's a person who will have a story attached, a poem, as something about the moment that drives the message home. But what often happens is, and I think to use your own words, a lack of seriousness often sets in, where political parties go back to factory settings and they forget about citizens they are to serve and look at political party interests. The concern I think South Africans have at this point in time is this is all good and well, it's fancy, but they are unable to rise above themselves.
In fact, I mean, the one word that's ringing in my ears is humility, because the South African people have humbled all the political parties, and that's a very powerful instruction from the people to say, we don't trust any single party with power in South Africa. We want you to work together. That means we need to step back from the culture of arrogance that we have seen in South African politics. And it is not just the African National Congress. There is a culture of self-centeredness, of narrow-mindedness, and in many ways reactionary elements in society which make it difficult to work together. One of the reasons I choose to be hopeful today, and it's a choice, is that it's a different political landscape. We get an opportunity once again to show the South African people that we can be different. And I think we need to give this president an opportunity to show that he won't be the same president as last time that we had.
Yeah, only time will tell. In the lead up to the first sitting of Parliament, Rise Mzansi kind of wanted to get involved in the back and forth around what needs to happen. And I believe, if I remember well, it was in the interest of stability. Yes. You were concerned about what could go wrong. Yes. As it stands, we don't have an executive as yet. We're looking forward to an executive. We're looking forward to what happens with the committees in Parliament. Rise Mzansi's participation, or at least what it hopes to do in any shape or form in playing a role going forward, what does that look like?
So what we've chosen to do, City, is to be very open-minded and work with all political parties as far as this is possible, especially on the basis of shared constitutional values in particular, so that we can advance the interests of the South African people. We want to take the work we do in Parliament very seriously. We are a two-member representation in Parliament, so we're going to collaborate with lots of other political parties to caucus together on certain things, to represent one another on some other issues, so that we can do cover as much of the work of Parliament as possible and treat it with seriousness.
Get the most out of being in Parliament. Your two-member representatives in Parliament, the big question for parties such as yourself, and believe it or not, even though we just came out of an election, is what happens to you in the next election? Do you get swallowed up? Can you afford to play the long game as you may? Just very quickly, to those who are watching you going, this might be a flash in the pan situation, you might be at just for 5 years or no more. Just your thoughts on that.
Look, I'll just say in short, the Patriotic Alliance got 7,000 votes in 2019. They got hundreds of thousands of votes, and I think they're in the top 5 political parties in South Africa. It's important to stay the course. It's important to stay committed, show what you do when you've been elected, remain faithful, and keep organizing and mobilizing, and the results will come.
All right, thank you so much. That's Rise Mzansi's leader, Songezo Zibi, speaking there about the president's speech. It is an interesting speech, rather long speech, but I really did find it interesting, when it speaks about how this moment requires extraordinary courage and leadership, saying it requires a common mission to safeguard national unity, peace, stability, inclusive economic growth, non-racialism and non-sexism. We are coming to you from the amphitheater here at the Union Buildings, where President Cyril Ramaphosa was sworn into office, took his oath earlier on, where he also delivered his speech to the nation, where he pretty much shared his thoughts about where we are as a country, what we need to do. And as Oscar van Heerden said earlier on, he was pretty much making a case for the government of national unity to explain that there is no choice. The people have made decisions which they have accepted as politicians, and they understand that they need to work together. As I did say to you, lots of dignity still here. Some have started to make their way from this venue. President Cyril Ramaphosa is supposed to be at the South Lawns. I don't think it'll be a long trek for him to make it to the South Lawns, where you'll speak to members of the public. But while we wait, I want you to just get a look around here. There's lots of songs. There's an orchestra that's performing, just to get a look and feel of what this area is like at the moment.
Could we invite the President of the Republic of Mozambique, His Excellency Mr. Felipe Jacinto Nyusi. Thank you, Your Excellency, for having joined us. Could we invite His Excellency, President of the Republic of Angola, Mr. João Manuel Gonçalves Lourenço. Thank you, Your Excellency, for having joined us. Could we invite His Excellency, President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency, President Mnangagwa, to take his leave. Thank you, Your Excellency, for having joined us. Could we invite the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo, His Excellency President Felix Tshisekedi, to take his leave. Thank you, Your Excellency, for having joined us. Could we invite the President of the Republic of Mauritius, President Rupen, to take his leave. Thank you once more, Your Excellency, for having joined us. Could we Could we invite the President of Nigeria and current chairperson of ECOWAS, His Excellency President Tinubu, to take his leave? Thank you, Your Excellency, for having joined us. Could we invite the President of the Republic of Namibia, President Nangolo Mbumba, to also take his leave? We thank you, Your Excellency, for having joined us.
Call on His Excellency Salvador Mesa, the Vice President of the Republic of Cuba, to take leave. Thank you very much, Excellency.
Hello, welcome back to the Eyewitness Users live coverage of President Cyril Ramaphosa's inauguration here at the Union Buildings. My name is T.D. Madia. Just trying to pick up from some of the reaction of the guests who've been here. I'm joined now from the National Planning Commission by Commissioner Phumzile Chifunise. If I got that correctly, thank goodness. Phumzile, thank you so much for joining us. Let's first get your thoughts on what the President had to deliver. There seems to be quite an optimistic mood, at least takeaway for some people from his message. From an NPC perspective, and before I even speak about the development plan, what is your takeaway from what you had to say about the way forward?
Yeah, thank you so much, Chiefs, for having us. We at the National Planning Commission are honestly very excited to hear that the President has put onto the center of his vision for the 7th administration the National Development Plan, and his efforts at ensuring that all political parties, as we know, the government of national unity involves the working together of all various political parties, and for us to form a social compact through the vehicle of the National Development Plan to take the country forward. So we're extremely excited for that. We're also excited by the fact that he recognizes that for us to be able to build an inclusive economy, we do need to create opportunities for especially entrepreneurs and job seekers to be able to participate in the economy, especially youth and women-owned business owners.
The MP is the home of the National Development Plan. You spoke about how excited you are. We've spoken about Tintswalo 2.0 at last year's State of the Nation address. I laughed a little bit. I'm like, Tintswalo sounds like, I think it was Thandi who was conceptualized with the NDP many, many years ago. I think you go as far back as 2009 or so. And we said, oh my goodness, she stopped walking and now she's a little bit better off, but actually not. The current situation is actually quite disheartening. And so part of the conflict we've had with the NDP is it didn't take us where we need to go. In fact, she just got a new name, but same problems. What have been the hurdles? And what is it in the promises that you heard today, at least the commitment, that makes you believe that some of the issues that have not allowed us to move as quick enough towards what we want, Vision 2030, can actually be addressed now?
Yeah, absolutely. I think those concerns are quite valid. But we, as the National Planning Commission, did perform a review of where we are in terms of executing the National Development Plan through our 10-year review that was issued last year. And we realized that there are a couple of issues, like, for example, the fact that we are nowhere near the 90% jobs target that the NDP emphasizes for SMEs to be at the forefront of. So it is within the priorities that set out in the call to action that we developed as a result of the review of the 10-year review, to say that there needs to be reform towards the growth of SMEs, for example. We also recognize that the regulatory environment in which SMEs are operating, it isn't really welcoming for especially startups, small and medium entrepreneurs to be able to grow and create the jobs that the country so much needed. So it is our view that through the President's identification of the NDP as a vehicle to take us forward, he's putting it, that social compact, to be able to galvanize all the political parties to be able to take the country forward. And to be fair, we are 6 years down to go in terms of reaching the National Development Plan by 2030. Some goals we would like for us to accelerate better, like, for example, the growth of the GDP. We had forecasted a 5.5% growth rate for the GDP, and we are nowhere near that right now. So I think it is our duty as the National Development Plan to make sure that government implements and goes through, especially cabinet, the new cabinet coming in, goes through the recommendations that we set out in our 10-year review and our call to action as to what role each of the political parties are going to take to implement some of those recommendations that we make.
And just before I let you go, we've been talking quite for a very long time how we are now in an era of coalitions, and part of the conversation suggests that it'll be even more complicated to be able to guide government as to what the way forward is in accelerating some of those programs to get to Vision 2030. Your thoughts about how the NPC will be able to help and navigate and guide a coalition government, other concerns from where you stand?
I can't say at the moment that we do have any concerns, because we are an objective and independent body, and we advise government, whatever form the government comes in, whether it's a coalition government, whether it's a single political party government that is governing the country. Our role is to conduct research for us to be able to gather evidence-based research in which we can create and put together advisories that any government that is coming into the administration can take up. So we look forward to sitting down with the new administration. We did have a sit down with the President during the last couple of months of the 6th administration. In fact, we were just here in August last year. We spent about 4 hours with the President talking through some of the issues that we identified through the 10-year review, and we look forward to having that very same engagement with the President again, but under the new administration that has configured very differently, and as you say, that will need the interventions from different political parties that got different manifestos, different policies. So we are currently involved in putting together priorities that will go into the medium-term development plan for 2024 to 2029, and we're confident that as we take the new cabinet into its confidence and we take them through our priorities that we've identified based on our evidence-based research, then we'll be able to contribute to an effective operation of the machinery of government.
All right, thank you so much for your time. That's the last word really there from the National Planning Commission, from the National Planning Commission. And it's actually, that's about it for me as well. It's been a long day. We have an inauguration. We await a cabinet from this. That's the next step from here onwards. And we'll also be bringing you that coverage as it unfolds. We've been told it'll be happening in the next couple of days. And from there, he will have an opening of Parliament address. EWN will be with you throughout, giving you all-round coverage from all those stories as they develop. And as we watch a government of national unity or multi-party coalition, whichever way you want to phrase it, we'll watch South Africa as the 7th administration takes shape. For Eyewitness News, my name is TD Madia.